All right, just trying to make sure I have chat up. There's so many freaking pop-ups on YouTube. It's not even funny. Trying to make sure I can see it on my iPad because for whatever reason, I see it over there before I see it on the live stream. So it's easier to just, keep it up over there. Okay, so today is kind of like an update, going over a few things, some things that have like kind of pissed me off, a discussion about like influencer type things, and then the healthcare rant that I talked about the other day. And I waited till today to do it because I was waiting to hear back from a doctor's office. So the ball is rolling on that. And so I figured I would be okay to go ahead and do the live stream. I do have a light here. It's like blinding me. Because if I turn it off, it's like super dark because I'm backlit. I wonder if I gotta watch out for the cat on me here. That might help a little. Not quite as dark. Looks like it kind of like fixed it with the camera. Who knows? I'm gonna give it a minute. I talked about it yesterday in my premiere video that I would be going live today, and I put a post up on the community tab that I would be going live today, so that people had like a heads up on it. So just gonna wait a minute till people trickle in. I sent messages to a couple of people to let them know that I'd be going live. So and that was like 10 minutes ago or so, because I was still trying to set up the stream and finish editing the video I was editing. And now that I'm live, I can hit render because it was taking a minute for the live stream to like catch up with all the info and stuff. I have a hair tickling me. Normal dress? I don't know. It says there's 3 people here. Uh-oh. Jason, I see you. Yeah. Well, and if I turn this off, watch. So it's better if I leave this little light on, and I just pointed at the wall to we had another one. We just lost one. It works better if I point it at the wall because then it reflects light off the wall. And none of the walls in this house are white. They're all like beige or ecru or light taupe. Or in my bedroom, it's wood paneling from the 70s. So there's that. All right. So the first thing I want to talk about, I'll just go ahead and get into it. My friend Chelsea messaged me. The other day, I shared with a couple of friends that the swatches that Nomad had put on her Instagram, well, their Instagram, because it's husband and wife team that runs it. And I sent some people some pictures that I screenshotted from their stories on Instagram to let them know that, we had only, at that point, we'd only seen like so many colors from this eyeshadow palette. And so I sent them what they had already posted on their Instagram stories, which was more shades than what was on their like regular Instagram feed. And I got a reply back from one of the people I sent the pictures to because I knew that she was interested in the brand, but she only owned like one of the palettes. So I sent her the pictures and she's like, yeah, I'm kind of excited to see what they do with it. And I was like, well, it's a gorgeous palette. She's like, well, how would you know? I said, because I got it in the mail today. She's like, but you're not on PR. And I'm like, no, I'm not. And she made it seem like I wasn't good enough to be on Nomad Cosmetics PR list. And this is somebody who every time they do a look, they post it on various social medias and they tag a brand. And then in the comment or in the description of the look, they say, please help me tag brands to get them to notice me. Well, number one, as somebody who has a brand, an actual brand page for my business, what it does when somebody is constantly like tagging you in things that are not like say there's a post and you're tagged, which is great. And then somebody in the comments tags you in like 8 other brands. Well, now that comment is going to bump down that post. And then the next person comments and tags your brand and other brands. And that bumps down the post again. And all you're going to see are all these people that are in the comment section tagging that brand, and it bumps the post down. And on Instagram, you can only go back, I think it's 25 posts. Now on the web version of it that you can see, you can go back to like, I think 50, maybe even 100 of the like what it says for tags and people liking and commenting and that kind of thing. So it's kind of hard to see what people post unless you go to, let me see if I can find it on my Instagram. So here's a thing, and it shows like people have followed, and it, shows me like the posts and whatnot and tags. And then there's an actual post and then people like liking the post, engaging with it, whatnot. But let me show you. When you get down to the bottom, they have this section, it says suggested for you. And then everybody that's listed there are like people that they recommend that you follow on Instagram. Now, when you're a brand and there's like different icons that go across the top, other people can tag you and their posts show up on your brand page. Well, in order to see who's done what, because Instagram only shows you so much, I'm going to pull up my friend's post. Okay, this is my friend Ellie, and I'm not talking about her, but there are 91 comments on this post. In her post, she tags, all of the brands that she used, right? And then down at the bottom, she's got hashtags. And then in the comment section, let me try and load all of the comments. There are people just engaging with the post, engagement, again, people commenting on the post. So she doesn't ask people to like tag other brands, but then at the very bottom, I saw this person here, and she commented on her post and tagged a whole bunch of brands. And none of these, I think there's one brand listed on here in these tags that were actually part of her initial like post. So she didn't use anything from the other brands. Hey, Casey. She used only one out of these 6 brands that were this girl tagged. And then, of course, there's my comment, and then a few more. And then she tagged a couple of other, there's a couple of other people that tagged a couple of brands and other makeup artists and whatnot. So what that does is when you go to that, if that brand was to do what I'm doing, and this is on their tagged content, in order to see the comments and the posts and stuff like that, they're going to have to stalk this section of their Instagram, which is this last icon here, which I don't think it has a name, but it's basically where you are tagged in other posts, or your page is tagged in other posts. So it gets really daunting for smaller brands or brands period, to see the posts that people make and tag them in, because they're excited and they want the brand to see it. It makes it harder for the original author of that post or the look or whatever to have their stuff seen, because everybody is tagging brands. And that is all the brand is seeing, is the tag and the tag and the tag and the tag. They're not even seeing the original post. So they have to click on the person that's tagging X, Y, and Z brands and then scroll up through hundreds of comments sometimes to see the original post. That they probably missed because some inconsiderate person out there tagged 15 brands, and then the next person tagged 15 different brands. And so now all that's in the comments on these posts is tags from brands. So what gets me is somebody just sent me a message and said that we're going live. That was strange. It was a brand I'd never even heard of. It looked like I was following the page, and they were like, hey, we're going live at such and such time. I'm like, I'm already live on YouTube right now. Okay, so back to the initial part of the rant. So this person does that. They tag their look, tag all the brands and the products they use, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. Then underneath those tags, they say, please help me tag other brands. And then they want people to flood their comments with tags for brands. It's very daunting for a brand to have that. And I know I've talked to a couple of small indie brands before about this, as well as Felicia, and they say it kind of hurts them in a way because they're not seeing the posts that are being created for the brand and tagging the brand where we genuinely love the products, or we're trying to show off what we did with their products. So all they're going to see is tag after tag after tag. So this person does that. And then they're constantly begging to be on PR. I've already said I will not beg to be on PR. I did a couple of those a year or so ago where I was like tagging brands trying to get on PR. I'm done doing that because, again, not only does it flood your timeline and your feed with all of these pick me, pick me, pick me kind of thing, it's also a popularity contest, which I think is awful. And for somebody who's always been the nerdy girl, the goth, the whatever you want to call me, the outcast, I never understood why popular people did that. So to see still going on occasionally on Instagram and Twitter, it's kind of, you just want to mute certain words. But there are certain people that still to this day will be like, oh, I would love it if such and such brand would see my work and I would die to be on PR. And or they make a post and they're like, oh, well, because I'm over 30 or I'm overweight or I'm this or I'm that, a brand will never put me on PR. Well, now you're just trying to make the brand feel bad for you because you're X, Y, and Z or whatever you said in the post. You're trying to guilt a brand into putting you on their PR list. Again, if a brand sends me anything, which very rarely has that happen, I am grateful. I'm ecstatic. I'm so excited because, number one, I'm Caucasian looking. Two, I'm 40. Now, I do have a professional background in makeup, hair, nails. That was what business I was in. I've worked other jobs and whatnot, but the majority of my life, I have been a cosmetologist. So I don't put makeup artist as my tags, even though technically I could because I've been licensed professionally to do makeup. So this all falls back to people are constantly begging for brand exposure and that kind of thing. And if that's what you want to do, then that's fine. You do you. I think it's tacky. But then to put down a smaller creator who has less followers, less engagement, less whatever, me being the person they're putting down, to say, oh, I didn't know you were on PR, or I didn't think you were on PR. That right there is like somebody just walked up to me, slapped me in the face, and then spit on me. That's how I feel. And then to see them go on Twitter minutes after they comment that to me in a direct message, and then go on Twitter and leave a snide comment, which I didn't think to screenshot at the time, about untalented people or something like that shouldn't be on PR. And I know I talked to Angel about it yesterday, and I'm still mad about it. But seeing this person, and they may not have been talking about me, but it was kind of one of those things where it was said to me in a direct message about being on PR, and then they went right to Twitter and made a snide comment about somebody getting, she made a big deal about the fact that somebody who wasn't on PR got a pallet before them, like they weren't good enough to get on PR. That's what it seemed like to me. And I might be taking things the wrong way, and I might be butthurt about the situation. And that's my prerogative. But I know from what I'm reading, and the funny thing is, this person won a pallet from this brand. And I sent congratulations to them, and I get back, thanks. I'm like, okay, I'm almost done with this person. That's how I feel. I comment on all their posts. I engage with all their posts. Occasionally they'll like my posts on various social medias. I have talked with them at length via direct message on both Instagram and Twitter. We've talked about all kinds of things, and I thought this person was a like-minded person. And now it's seeming like, because I can't do anything for them, that I'm pond scum. That's what it feels like to me. So that was like the mini rant. The other thing I want to talk about is I've seen a lot of this going on Instagram, and I know how bad it feels having somebody do this to you, because I've had it done to me once or twice. Now, I'm not saying that I'm some big shot or whatever, but when somebody does this, it is not cool in my book. And Casey, this is in reference to your comment on my video the other day. I'm not trying to say anything negative to you. I'm just bringing up the situation as a whole, just so you understand. And I want other people to understand it as well. When somebody does a look recreation, or they do a look inspired by somebody else's look, it irks me beyond nothing else to see somebody put up the original look and their look and say, which one is better? The thing about that is, think about it from an artist's perspective. Do I have anything artsy over here? Okay, we'll do this. I have a coloring book here. We're just going to use this as an example. And this book could be all drawn by the same person. Okay, so it would be like saying this is the original art, but then somebody recreated it and made it into this. Now, granted, they both have a vase with some flowers in it, whatnot. What the person is saying is my art better than their art? That's what they're asking for. They're asking to see if the original artist's work, in your opinion, was shit compared to the next person's art. Again, art is subjective, and makeup is too. It's all a form of art. And what irritates me is I've seen a lot of people do this, and then they don't tag the original creator, or sometimes they do just out of spite. They tag the original person. Sylvia just messaged me. She's still working, so she can't be here in the live. Okay, so again, I get sidetracked. Hey, Nadine. So again, art is subjective. Now, asking somebody, do you like this over this for art, when you took somebody else's artwork and recreated it, that is not only a huge slap in the face to the original artist, but it is downright fucking rude, like beyond rude. You don't do that. And I've seen a lot more of it going on Instagram, where they'll put it up on their stories and they'll be like, which look is better? They're not, one shouldn't be better than the other. One is definitely different than the other one. But I don't see it as one is better than the other. I see it as two different people took a concept and did something with it. They may look similar, but neither one of them is better than the other. They're just different. And it shouldn't be a pissing contest over art. It should be somebody took an idea and they did something with it. And it turned out beautiful. Somebody else saw that beautiful look and they're like, oh, I love that. I want to redo that. Or I want to see if I can do that. Or I want to see if I can get as close to it as possible. That isn't saying the original artist's work wasn't gorgeous in the first place. It means that somebody liked it enough to take the time to try and recreate it. That's what it should be considered. Not well, mine's better. I don't care if she created it. Mine is better. I want validation for mine's better. It's like guys and the belt buckle thing or the big jacked up trucks. Mine's bigger. Okay. This is not a measuring contest here, people. This is art is subjective. One person's art is completely different from another person's art. And the canvas, our face, our eyes, whatever, is all going to be different from one person to the next. So even if somebody took say 10 people took one eye look and they each 10 recreated it, each one of those looks is going to be different. Is any one of those better than the next? No, they're not. But is somebody going to objectively come in and look at all 11 looks and be like, oh, I like that one better? Yes, they will. Because again, art is subjective. It is like beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So I don't, and Casey, again, I'm not ragging on you about this. I've seen a lot of this going on and I've kept my mouth shut about it too long. And I figure we're ranting today. Let's rant. Let's get this out. So I'm not picking on you for your comment or anything. I'm just saying that it goes in line with things how I feel. And I don't want somebody to elevate me above another person for many reasons. One, I'm not the best at things. I am good at a lot of things, but I am not the best at anything, period. And I'm saying that from knowing myself, knowing my experience, knowing what I can do. I'm really good at a whole lot of different things. I'm okay at a bunch of different things, but I've never been excellent on anything. So I don't ever want somebody to compare something I do to somebody else and say mine was better. Because again, I don't want to hurt the artist that I'm looking up to or something that I saw that was beautiful and I recreated. I don't want that artist to come and see something I've done. Maybe they won't, but maybe they will see it. I don't want them to feel bad seeing a comment on my stuff saying, well, I like your look better. Well, that's great that you like my look better, but maybe word that a little bit different, because my work wasn't better than the other work. It was different. And I'm a Libra. Okay. I am one of those people who weighs the pros and cons of everything. And I will tell you if you ask me something, I will flat out tell you. But I'm not the person who's going to go out of my way and blatantly say something that's going to hurt somebody's feelings. Now, if you ask me, I will tell you. I have no qualms about that. I have no tact. I don't sugarcoat things. So if you don't want an honest opinion and or answer from me, then flat out don't ask me, because you might not like what I say. But I'm not going to go out of my way to elevate me when I'm putting somebody else down. And that's just how I feel on that, because I don't want somebody else to feel like they're less than. Because again, knowing me and my situation, you don't know what I go through on a daily basis. Nobody does. And nobody knows what goes on with that person behind closed doors and whatnot too. Even if they were recorded 24/7, you don't know what goes on in here. You don't know what goes on in here. So those are things I take into consideration when it comes to how I say things, why I say things the way I do, and certain things that I do. I try and take into consideration, maybe they are going through something behind the scenes that nobody knows about. Maybe their thought process is different than mine. Things like that. Maybe they're having a rough time, and that's just that one thing that just kind of pushes them over the edge, because I've been there. It's like just one more thing piles on me, I'm done. So I always take that stuff into consideration when I do and say things, because I know how the snowball effect works, and I personally experience it quite a lot, and I don't want anybody else to go through that feeling. So I would rather keep things neutral if we can try and do that. Nadine, I'm not talking about theft. I'm talking about liking somebody's look enough that you recreate it, like the holiday looks that I did. Somebody tagged me in a post. I said, challenge accepted. I tried to recreate as many of them as I could to the best of my ability. I don't want the original artist put down to elevate me. That's what I'm getting at. But it would be like, again, taking a Van Gogh or Van Gogh, however you want to pronounce it, art, and then recreating it, and then holding the painting side by side and be like, okay, which one's better? Neither one is better than the other. They're just different. That's how I see things. So, and I love Van Gogh. I also love Picasso. So, and their artworks are completely different. Their styles are, because Picasso did Cubism, and I've actually seen Picasso's work in person. I have video footage of it. If you go back, I think it says St. Augustine trip or something like that on the video. I did vlog the experience. I have like footage of me inside the museum. I even read one of his letters in French and then translated it for my dad while we were in the museum. Which is a no-no. I don't think you're supposed to record any of that stuff, but I did. I recorded it, and I put it up because it was amazing. And the art hadn't left Italy in like 500 years, and it was a St. Augustine, and we went specifically to St. Augustine back, almost a decade ago now, to see the artwork. And so, the nerd that I am, I recorded it because I've always been curious about how he started his artwork and how he did his lithographs and stuff like that. So again, nerd. I'm a huge nerd. But again, Picasso's work isn't better than Van Gogh's work. It is just different. And I don't think anybody, especially in the art world, would be like, well, his work is better. They're just, most people, when they are in the art world, they look at stuff, and some of the modern stuff I look at, I'm like, what is that? I don't like a lot of modern art. So that's just, again, it's a personal preference, but I'm not going to look at somebody's artwork of the modern art version of a Mona Lisa and be like, Da Vinci's is better. Which, in my opinion, it would be. But again, I'm not going to say that to an artist about their work. They took Da Vinci's work and they recreated it in their own style and their own color palette and their own interpretation of the art. And their art is different. And it's beautiful in its own way. But I personally wouldn't be okay with saying Da Vinci's is better. I might think that, but I might not say it. Because again, I'm the kind of person who I don't like saying things that might intentionally hurt people. I'm hot, so half of my hair is about to go up. It was 84 outside yesterday, and I was in a tank top and shorts. Actually, I have more clothing on today than I did yesterday. And it was hot sleeping last night because we still have the heat on. We didn't even put the air back on yet. Okay, it's a little bit cooler. My back is on. I'm like really hot. All right, so now we're going to segue into the medical stuff. Well, see, and that's the thing, Jason. And that's, I think, is okay. Hi, Evelina. I just think that trying to take someone else's art and degrade it and say your art is better than theirs is not okay. Whether it is an actual art or it's makeup, nobody's art is any better than the next one. It's just different. And I don't feel that it's appropriate for somebody to say one art form is better than the other. They're just different. And I personally, I've had people tell me when I've recreated looks before that the original artist's look was better than mine, and that why did I even try to do it? I don't have the skill, and I don't this, and I don't that. Well, what that person didn't know is that I literally wasn't able to walk for 2 weeks when I finally got up the nerve to sit for 4 hours to recreate a makeup look, because I had been in bed for 2 weeks with legs not working, and that makeup makes me happy and it makes me feel better. And they didn't understand that not only did they put me down, but they made me feel worse about my makeup than I did, because I liked the look. And they didn't understand the hardships that I had to go through just to be able to sit there for off and on for 4 hours to recreate that look. There's a lot of things you don't see behind the scenes. You don't see how long it takes to set things up, to do a makeup look, to tear everything back down, the cleanup, the time you take to pick out the right colors, to apply it the way that you want to apply it. A lot of people don't see that, and they don't take into consideration how much effort goes into that. And for me, there are days when I physically just cannot sit for more than a few minutes. So it's hard for me to sit and do makeup looks some days. Some days I can run around the house and do 20 things at once. Other days I'm in bed all day because I can't move. So, I don't know. Well, Evelina, I'm, as somebody who's seen your actual art and seen your makeup looks, I can appreciate that, because you do some really creative things. And I look at that stuff in awe, because I'm like, man, and my brain goes to, she had to do this, and she had to do this, and she had to do this. And it wasn't just the makeup, it was the hair accessories, it was the way you did your hair, it was the backdrop, the matching nail polish, the outfits. Some of them some of the makeup looks you do, you don't, it doesn't look like you're wearing an outfit. So some of them, it's like, she got a tube top on. Because there are times when I'll do makeup looks and I take the tops down so it looks like I'm naked. And then you see me reach for something, you see like the top of the shirt, and you're like, oh, she ain't naked. It just looks like she is. So I don't know. Yeah, Nadine, fibromyalgia can kiss my ass. I have good days, and I had a great day 2 days ago. I just scared the camera moving back. And then yesterday I was good, and then all of a sudden at 4:00 it was like, oh, I'm going to bed. And I went and I stayed in bed for the rest of the night. I got up long enough to like grab a snack and, go pee and stuff like that. But I literally at 4:00 yesterday, I went in. Of course, I had a Netflix to watch. And Jason, thank you for the access to the Disney account, because I watched that Fairy Godmothered movie on your account yesterday. It was actually quite funny. And the singing was awful. But again, it made it hilarious. So I watched Red Sparrow on DVD, and then I got on Jason's Disney account and watched Disney stuff until I fell asleep last night, because I couldn't do it. I could not be up anymore because I physically just couldn't do it. Hey, Amanda. Oh, it's frapping hot in Florida, man. It is so hot. I want to go in the bathroom and get my makeup fan because I'm not hot. Let's see what the weather app says. Like I said, it was 84 here yesterday. I am so hot. 81, that's it. 81. Again, I'm hot. The air isn't on. I'm hot. I've had fibromyalgia since 1998. They first discovered it, I think it was 91 or 92, and they discovered the patterns that were different from like Crohn's and MS and lupus. That's when they first discovered the disease. And then when my doctor first diagnosed me with it, it was still a new thing. So, and people under 65 really didn't get it. So I was a rare case when they discovered mine. And I have a very bad time with it. Out of the 18 markers for fibromyalgia, the only ones I'm missing are 2. I'm missing the ones behind my knees. You can hit any of the other pressure point markers on me, and I'm about ready to rip somebody's head off. But the only markers that never have lit up in my 22, almost 23 years of having this disease that have never activated or lit up are the ones behind my knees. It's the small things that you should be grateful for. Now, if you touch my ankle wrong, I'll kick your face off. But, you know. Evelina, I wish if it was 70 degrees outside, I'd be like, yeah, that'd be nice. But 81 is still hot. And it's, again, this is, as I said in my video the other day, and people think I'm like nuts or something. I said it's swinter. Or no, springer. It's like spring and winter right now in Florida. We already had our like 3 weeks of winter, so we're good. And it did frost, so. And I don't have nothing on my face, nothing. There's nothing on my face. All I have on is this palette. That's it. I did a neutral eye look on this eye and a neutral and green eye look on this eye. And I have mascara on, and that's it. I have nothing else on my face. So I had to do a Walmart pickup order this morning because, you know, people are the plague. I'm going to go get that fan out of the bathroom. And since I'm standing up, this is one of my fairy dresses. And I went through 3 dresses. I wanted to wear a dress today because I just figured it'd be easier. I went through 3 dresses this morning before I found one that actually fit because I'm finally back like to a healthy weight for my height because I'm really tall. So now that I'm at the BMI that I'm supposed to be for my height, things here are quite constricting. I ended up taking my bra off because it was so tight I could barely breathe. But let me show you the dress. I gotta go back a little further. Again, I'm tall. So it's a double layer. There's this layer here, and then there's this layer underneath. And of course I always have shorts on. So this is one of my fairy dresses. It has like ruching on the sides, but there's like this layer, and this goes all the way up to like right here. So it stops like right here. And then there's like a stretchy non-see-through dress. And then it's got like a floofy thing that goes over it. So I feel like a fairy in this dress because it like moves and spins and stuff. And then I'm wearing my Libra necklace with my heart link chain that I made. And then these were a birthday gift from Jason. So, whoop. Why is it hiding your comment? That's creepy. No, why are you hiding it? It hid your message. Okay, let me go to the other side of YouTube. Why did it hide the message? That's crazy. It said it hid it and put it in held for later. That's stupid. How do I get it back? It says view deleted message. I didn't delete a message. Really, YouTube? Okay, I'm going to copy her message because I can see it. So that you guys can see it. I don't know why it hid your message and then it deleted it. That's crazy. Yeah, I have migraines too, so. Oh my God. I should be used to the heat. And I was just bitching the other day. It was cold. It was like 32 degrees here like 2 days ago or 3 days ago. The Shroud Cosmetics, that's the Creepy Cute palette, right? Or not Creepy Cute, the Bats, I'm Going Bats palette. Because I looked at that. I really wanted that. Oh, well, that's not one of the words that's blocked on my channel. Now, if you use that dump word with the T in front of it, that's blocked on my channel. If you talk about this, it's blocked on my channel because I've gotten so many creepy comments about my nose. I'm going to do a live stream just with the creepy comments I've gotten on YouTube about my nose. I have a folder saved off. And I will be showing not only the username, but their creepy ass comment about my nose. I will have to do that another time. Yeah, I looked at getting the Creepy Cute palette before I got the Tokyo palette from Nomad, and people were like, they had like mixed feelings about it, so I didn't know if I should get it or not. So, and everybody kept telling me it needed a white base. And there are some colors in the Tokyo palette from Nomad where you need a white base in order to, you know, get the colors to show up. And I'm very fair. Like, I don't know if this will come across on camera. Let me grab let's grab some paper. That tell you how light I am? I'm not too far off from a piece of paper. So, at least color-wise. And you can see my knee. And that's the same color as my chest. The only thing that's different is my face is a little darker because I had a skincare product that ruined my skin. So, I need some good neon shadows, Amanda, because the ones I bought from Terra Moons were awful. And I'm talking awful. Like, you can put the product on and it just brushes away, and if you blow on it, heaven forbid you blow on it, because it's gone. I've even tried using a number of different bases underneath of the shadows to get them to stick. Glitter glue, lash glue, concealer, eye primer, nothing works. Nothing works to get that stuff to stay. It's patchy, it's bad, it's awful, and then the amount of fallout from the neon shadows is god awful. So, yeah, I need good neon shadows. I've been looking at the Makeup a Murder, the little vials that they have. I don't use neons a whole lot, but I do like to do really weird looks occasionally. Especially if I'm bored, I'll go do weird makeup looks. Because, again, bored. But I'm weird anyways. So, I've got some really crazy neon looks coming up on my channel. And, by the way, my channel is scheduled out until March 15th. I have videos scheduled every other day until March 15th. Give Me Glow is on my list to buy. I did a video back in like 2019 talking about indie brands that I wanted to use. I think I saved off one of their things on Instagram the other day. Let me look. Okay, Touch of Glam Beauty is on my list. Ammo Cosmetics is on my list. This new palette from BH Cosmetics actually interests me. I want to see what the whole thing looks like. I guess it's live on their website now. The Blend Bunny palette, I really want that, because it's all mattes and there are some like brighter shades in there. Notoriously Morbid has a few shades that they're coming out with, a few new shades like this Yikes shade and that lip color. That lip color is gorgeous. So I want to try that brand. There's Bad to the Brow. I love that eye look. Makeup Maniacs has some really neat like shifting shades that they just came out with that I really want to try. They're like 2 colors in one. Where's the other one? There's Chaos Cosmetics. I can't remember which one I'm supposed to stay away from, if it's the cosmetics one or the makeup one, because one of them is chaos. Well, there's two spelled with a C and one spelled with a K, and I can't remember which one had the big controversy. And I can't remember. And there's Davina. I just picked up some Davina stuff. Here's Give Me Low. The Blue Moon and Purple Haze shadows. Look at the freaking swatches on that. Holy, I want them all. So yes, they're on my saved list. I'm a sucker for blue and green. Look, I have a message. I have a brand that keeps telling me that they're going to be live. They're like, I'm already live on YouTube. They're like, it's in 2.5 hours. I said, I'll probably still be live then. I don't even know the brand, but they keep trying to get me to go to their live stream. Okay, so you guys ready for the medical drama? I have some updates and stuff. I think I have them followed. Tag me on something of theirs, Amanda, on Instagram on the OSPFL page, and then I'll look it up. I mean, technically that's my business page, but that's what I do. I use a lot of my stuff is on there. I have 3 Instagram accounts. One is for just the water activated. Gosh, I'm hot. I would say it's a hot flash, but I mean, I don't have a uterus anymore, so I can't blame that. It's just hot. It's hot in the house. It's hot in Florida. And we don't have the air on, and my hair is down. Normally, and it's out in the other room. Normally, I put a fan on, and I'll stick it up on the desk to blow cold air on my back. But, all right. So we're going to be getting into the medical stuff. So if you don't want to hear about all the medical stuff that I've been dealing with since like November last year, then, you know, this is your warning to click out. I'm going to be bitching about the American healthcare system and the Florida healthcare system, to be specific, my experience with it, what treatments I'm looking to get taken care of, but I've been denied by doctors. Oh, Angel Empire. All right, let me copy that really quick so I can put it into a Google search. That way it's on my computer. Looks like they're an Etsy brand. And I don't have TikTok, but the first thing it's showing me is Etsy and then TikTok. Okay. I have it pulled up on the Google, so I'll be able to find it after the stream. Because if I don't do that, I'll get all brunette moment and forget. All right, so I will also take questions on health-related stuff during this rant, because I've talked about certain things on my channel. I've done Real Talk with Rebecca's over my stroke and my heart attack. I've talked about my most recent cancer story. It's been a little over 5 years since my uterus was removed because it was trying to kill me. I've had melanoma, and I can actually, because I have shorts on underneath my dress, I can show you guys what my back looks like because I have shorts on. A lot of people don't see this. Let me pull the shorts down a little bit in the back. Lower my underwears. This is what my back looks like. See all this scarring? Blood crack. All of this modeling on my back and the scarring. That's from melanoma. Get my dress back out of my shorts. Yes, I'd be one of those that would go to the bathroom and tuck her dress into her shorts because I'm weird. I always wear shorts underneath my dresses and skirts. So, just to give you some story on that, they did, please excuse what looks like a gunshot on my back. It's not a gunshot hole. They did grafting up here. So if you look, the upper part of my back looks semi-normal. Again, ignore the gunshot hole. And they took it from this part and they did skin grafting here. So I've had a lot of medical procedures since I was a child. I've had a lot of health issues in my life. I am 40, so my health isn't perfect. I have, and I can show you some of the other ones before we get into it, because again, they're in places I can show you. If you look at the top of my belly button, see this indent right here? That's one of the surgical marks that they did. I have another one here that you can barely see. And then the other one is right here. And then, of course, I have the big one down here. So I've had numerous surgeries. I can also show you my knees really quick. See the scar here? Watch what happens when I sink my leg in. See the big scar? If you look, there's like scarring down my leg. There's also scarring on this knee and down this leg. There's like marks down this leg. So I also have scarring on my wrist from one of the accidents. So my health isn't perfect. I look normal. What most people don't realize is I'm not healthy. I don't eat like bad, but my body isn't healthy. My brain works 99% of the time just fine, except for it's ADHD and it wanders off and does things on its own. So my health has never been like stellar. And ever since I was a child, I've had numerous accidents. I've had vehicular accidents. A lot of the scars that I have, you can't see with normal clothing on. And most people aren't going to see where this hole is in my knee. There's no cartilage behind this at all. It's completely gone. This spot on my knee, you see it sinks in. There's like nothing here. It's like completely gone. I did the first accident when I was 15, and then the accident that caused this mark and the rest of the damage, and then the marks down my legs, that happened recently. So that's been within the past, 5-6 years. So I might look normal, but I'm not. And most medical providers, when they first look at me, think, oh, well, she's, a healthy 40-year-old chick. And then they look at my medical chart, which I don't think it's out here. One second. It is out here. This is just one of my medical charts. There's my name. I don't think there's anything on here that would give me away. Just going to hide the chart ID. You guys know my birth date anyways. Now, this doctor has since retired, so that's why I physically have my several inch thick medical chart. This is some of the stuff that I went through with my oncology stuff. So just to show you, because a lot of people, the reason I'm showing this is because people accuse me of lying. So here's the MRIs of my brain and my lumbar spine, my MRIs of my breast when they found out I had a form of breast cancer, This is with and without with and without contrast. And you see the date on here is 2015. And this is some of my mammogram results. And the ultrasounds of my breasts as well. So that's just what discs I have right here. I have other folders like this that have like all the different MRIs of my back. I have discs of all my stress tests that I've had done. I have numerous radiological reports as well as all the documentation. I've got folders with like blood work and stuff in it over the past like 10 years. So I'm not a healthy person. It takes a lot for me sometimes to just get through a day. And a lot of people don't realize that. So where this rant begins is coming from somebody who has chronic health problems. And this folder goes all the way back to like the early 2000s. Let me put it back where I found it. If I don't, I'll go to need it and it's gone because I have to take that with me to a new doctor. So that's one reason why it's out here. All right. So with all of that already said, now you guys are kind of caught up. It's a brief synopsis of some of the health things I've gone through. And yes, I might look okay. But again, there are days when I wake up and my legs don't work. And those are days that you don't see because I'm laying in bed talking on social media and posting stuff on Instagram and doing things that I can do from my back because it literally is the army crawl to the bathroom to go pee because my legs aren't working. So there are days when I'm perfectly fine and other days when I can't move at all. And I do use leg braces from time to time. I have a back brace I'm supposed to wear 24/7. Sleeping in metal bars is very uncomfortable. I have the arm hand crutches. I also have a cane that I use regularly. So those are the things you don't see on my YouTube channel because when I'm in days like that, I don't film. And because, as I said earlier, I'm scheduled on my channel until March 15th, that gives me an entire month to have a weird health episode that you guys won't know about because I'm already so far ahead pre-filmed, you wouldn't notice it that I was missing. So I wrote out this healthcare rant the other day after some things happened. I did post it on my Facebook page. I've had several comments on it. I've had people leave questions and stuff on there. So I figured I would cover it all. So I'm going to read this how I wrote it. Why is that a different font and size? Let me get all of this the right size. Why the one was 8-point font and Arial, I don't know. I like Times New Roman. So I'm going to be reading it from the Word file that I typed it in, and then I'll go section by section and then stop and you guys can ask questions. And I don't need my glasses for this, so we should be okay. So this is where it starts. So here comes a rant. If you think I'm wrong, then keep it to yourself. These are my experiences, not opinions. The United States of America's healthcare system sucks ass. And living in Florida, it sucks ass even more. And to be honest, that is not only an opinion, but it's also fact. Right? I wish I could find a cure for fibro and lupus and MS. That would be awesome. And I know some of the treatments for MS that really help kills off our bee population. So that's not cool. So, all right. So it says, just some FYI first before I start the rant. In Florida, in order to qualify for Medicaid, You have to be 18 years of age or under, pregnant, or have a child/dependent under the age of 18 you provide 52% of care for or more to qualify. Medicare has two different types. One is for people over 65, which I am not, and the other one is for people on disability. It's called medically necessary Medicare. It's people that are on SSI and SSA get it. It says if you are disabled, which has been established by a court ruling, you get a hybrid of Medicaid, Medicare in Florida based by your age. So sometimes you end up, if you're under a certain age, they put you on Medicaid, and then other circumstances and or age, they put you on Medicare. It says the affordable healthcare stuff, aka Obamacare, you have to make a minimum of $12,600 a year or claim, that word is important there, claim to make that a year in order to get any form of discounted insurance. If you do not make that or cannot claim to make that, then you get no discounts or benefits. And the cheapest plan they offered me as late as December last year, which was 2020, was $600 a month. Even if you can, or if you call to fill out the forms over the phone, I am not lying on a federal government form to claim I would or could earn $12,600 a year just to get health care. It is still required by law for me to apply every year for the affordable health care through the marketplace, even though I don't earn enough to qualify for help. And every year I apply. And if you don't pick a plan, then they don't certify your results. And if you do pick a plan, the company bills you, even though you cannot afford it at all. And they send you into collections like Florida Blue already has for me this year, because I didn't pay the $658 premium in December they wanted, because I don't have that kind of money. I earned about $2,000 last year, aka 2020, and in 2019 I earned about $1,600. This is from all across the ways I earn money between YouTube, Patreon, my website, Depop, and everywhere I sell things to earn money. I am not willing to lie and say I make more than I do when I do not. So that is the informational part of my rant. Any questions? And I will elaborate on why I said that claim word was important before I get into the rest of it. Well, there's still 5 of you guys here, so. Ooh. Oh, that's not good. I know my friend Angel lives in Colorado, and she said if I lived there that I'd be able to get disability like no problems. But here in Florida, it's rough. I've hired, I had a lawyer for years, and then when it came time for me to go to my disability hearing, his secretary didn't file. There was like 8 pages that had to be sent to the judge. 2 of them went missing, and those were like, I guess, really important papers. And the court didn't tell us that they needed those papers still when they went through the filings. So the judge just canceled the hearing. And then when they asked what was missing, they sent, the appropriate stuff in. The judge was like, too late, you're going to have to refile. So that was that was another denial. And then, of course, I got arrested and I went to jail. So that just kind of put a hold on everything. So I tried to hire another lawyer at one point a few years back, and I did the intake interview, and they said that somebody would get back with me, and they never did. I called. I got some Hispanic lady I couldn't understand. They said that they would check on things and then call me back or email me. Never heard anything. I never got a letter in the mail. I have emailed multiple times and called back multiple times, and nobody has called me, and it's been more than 2 years. Well, Casey, I have 9 college degrees. 9. And the last disability paperwork, without going in my room and pulling a box out that has like the actual verbatim what they wrote on it, the last time I applied, I was still in my late 20s, and they said I was too young and too educated. And then I reapplied in my early 30s, and I was too young and too educated. So that's what they've been saying to me since I was like 20. I've been applying for disability since I was 20, and I forced myself to work to the point where I ended up in a wheelchair. So the government here doesn't really give a shit about your health. They don't. And even veterans have a hard time getting medical benefits, even though it's written into their contract when they sign up for the military. Amanda, did you like lose disability or like stop getting it for a reason? Because I know normally once you get on disability, it's, you know, they basically stay on it unless it was a temporary type of disability. Like they told me that when I had my cancer diagnosis in 2015 that I could get on temporary disability. And that's why Morgan & Morgan was like pushing to put me on temporary disability that they could then convert into permanent disability. But then they never called me back. So yeah. Well, once it goes to court, you should be good. That's what I've always been told. Oh, yeah, that's bad. So now you're going to have to go through the process all over again, which would suck balls. So the reason why I said back for the healthcare marketplace thing to claim making a certain amount. 2 years ago, I called. I had insurance up until 2018 through the healthcare marketplace, but my dad was paying my premiums and it went from like $98 a month to like $598 a month. And my dad was like, excuse me one moment. Either somebody's turning around or they're in the yard. There's a government vehicle parked out front. So they're just sitting there with their flashes on. One moment. Oh, well, damn, don't boy knock me over. Em, you want to go out? Just don't eat the neighbor, okay? I don't like him either. There was a county government vehicle sitting at the end of our driveway with their flashers on. Right? They probably do. And if anybody is ever stupid enough to freaking swat me, I will hunt them down and hurt them. So there's that. That swatting bullshit that I see people do when people are on live streams, that's rude. Okay, so 2018, I lost my insurance coverage because I couldn't afford to pay it anymore because I was no longer vending. I had with my treatments and everything, I was only able to do so much. And I wasn't going out every weekend and vending and doing arts and crafts fairs, and I wasn't at the flea market with my booth every weekend like I used to be. So I lost my car. I lost my insurance. My dad paid for my insurance for a year. And then he said, I'm done. I cannot afford, he could afford it. He just didn't want to pay for my health insurance anymore. And it had been more than a year since my surgery. So it was just one of those things. In 2018, I called the healthcare marketplace to update my information and let them know that my dad was no longer going to be claiming me, and wanted to know what I needed to do to change anything because they require that you update things within 2 weeks of a change. So that's what I did. I called to update things. that while I was on the phone with the guy, he says, well, if you could just tell me that you're going to possibly maybe kind of earn $12,600 a year, then I'll put you on a health insurance plan right now that's not going to cost you anything. And I'm like, what? He goes, well, you could get a job tomorrow and earn $12,600 this year, couldn't you? I'm like, no. He's like, can't you just tell me yes? I'm like, no. I said, number one, you're a government body. 2, that's a felony. And 3, that's a 5-year prison sentence for what you're asking me to do. And I ain't going to prison over your ass. I ain't doing it. So he tried a bunch of different ways to get me to say verbally over the phone on a recorded call with the federal government that I would be willing to lie on a fucking recording that I was going to earn this kind of money, or I could potentially earn that kind of money, when I knew, honestly, I could not. At the time, I was earning, I think I earned like $100 that year on YouTube, $100 total. Last year, I earned like $200, $230 on YouTube, I think. Hang on, I gotta find the right paper. $226.74 is what I earned on YouTube last year for 2020. So, yeah, I'm like really making it on YouTube, just to give you some legit numbers. So why would I turn around when I'm doing taxes saying that I'm earning $226 a year from YouTube? Why would I turn around and add a couple of zeros to that in a 1? Because again, federal government, federal crime, federal prison time. Now, granted, federal prisons are so much better than the state prisons, state-run prisons, because, you know, they actually have TV there, and newspapers and phones and more lenient guards. But still, I'm not willing to lie on a government document to say that I'm going to earn something that I know I won't. Yeah, Casey, my insurance rates for 2019, the cheapest plan that they had was like $1,200. So, yeah, that was the cheapest plan they offered me the year before. So, hey, being under $700 for an insurance plan is like, now granted, my dad only pays like $200 a month for his insurance, but he's also full time. Exactly, Amanda. Within 30 days, they ask you for proof of income. And I cannot provide that because I'm self-employed. So, what? Man with only God can judge me tattoo wanted for stealing engagement ring from girlfriend to propose to another woman. And it doesn't say Florida man, so you can't blame Florida on this one. It probably was a Florida man. I'm just saying, you know. Okay, so now that you guys are up to date on all that stuff, let's continue. It says, so now for the rant part. I haven't been to any form of doctor since 2018 because the insurance I did have until then was canceled, and I could not afford to pay $150 to see my doctor on a self-pay method per visit after my insurance was canceled. I also found another doctor charged for testing that I never got to my insurance, and I disputed those charges, and the doctor attacked me verbally and then followed me to my car, and that was the last time I saw that physician. Like, he literally scared me to death. He followed me to my fucking car, and I was about ready to call 911 on his ass because I was scared. He fucking scared me. I said, so I honestly haven't been to any form of doctor since these things transpired. The one doctor who scared the shit out of me since going to see him, I said, I have since late last year been trying to call my primary care physician I used to have since 1998, and I have not had anybody from the doctor's office call me back. I only noticed that he moved from the office because the marquee sign out front that had his name on it has changed, and there's another physician's name there now. I started calling in November about once a week. I would get voicemail and I would leave a message, no call back. So I decided to call the office he was at before he went to the other medical group, which is where my chiropractor still is. The reason I was calling was because I had a migraine that lasted for 9 days, and it was so bad it gave me chest pains and I could barely eat because my entire mouth hurt. Actually, it was my entire left side of my face was like, I couldn't even see out of my eye. It says I could barely see straight, and I had a hard time walking because the pain in my head was so bad. All I wanted to do was stay laying down and or sleeping. Yeah, I filed a complaint with the Florida, the DBPR against him and the medical board for Florida back in 2018, and I still haven't heard anything. And I filed a Better Business Bureau complaint. Again, never heard anything back. It says, so I called his original office and they gave me his new information today. They said that he moved a while back to this other medical group, but they don't know how long he's been at it. But it was way before November, the girl told me. I called the new office number and spent a long time on hold. Well, that's a typo. I typed hole, HOLE, like, a hole in the ground, instead of hold. Should be a D, not an E. It's a typo. The E's above the D. Yeah, that was back in January, Casey. That's why I didn't post for a while. That was the migraine video that you guys saw. That was like one of the earlier days of the migraine. So, yeah, and it lasted for several more days after that. After I recorded that migraine video that day, sitting here at my desk with my phone and my pajamas, yeah, the migraine lasted for several more days. It says, I spent a long time on hold and I was not giving up because I knew I needed to be seen. I finally got a human on the phone and she asked me for my date of birth before I had even said anything, so I gave it to her. While she was typing, I asked if my doctor was at the office, and she was kind of startled for a minute and said yes. And I tried to explain why I was calling and that I had been trying for months to locate him. She, too, didn't know how long he had been at their medical group. She went back to typing, still never asked for my name, and then she asked what insurance I had, and I said none. She said 1 second, put me on hold. 20 minutes later, she came back and said, you don't have any insurance? And I said, no, because I can't afford it and I don't earn enough to qualify for it. I told her I would self-pay and have been for years, and my doctor knew that. I told her I was almost out of my migraine medication he filled back in 2018 for me, and I knew he would need to see me before he could refill it. She said she would talk to his assistant and give me a call back. And there's several more paragraphs to go, so I'm going to come back to the live stream for a second. That's fine, Nadine. I mean, you know all this stuff. We've talked about it, so. But yeah, restart your phone and then come back. Or have Chloe set it up on your computer. Either way. Doesn't matter. Plus, the live stream stays up, so. See if there's anything else I'm missing. Because I'm in a Word file. Michelle messaged me. Oh, yeah, that's one of the next paragraphs. Okay, so back to this. 6 hours later, I got a call back. She said because I had not been to that medical group and because I didn't have insurance, my doctor could not see me. I asked, do you not accept self-pay patients at your office? And she said, no, we do not. Everybody has insurance. I said, what do you do when people say they need to see a doctor but can't afford insurance? She said, I don't know. Try the hospital or something. By this point, I had been awake since 7 p.m. the night before. I was in bed trying to sleep, and now I'm furious. I said, it's cheaper in this country to be dead than to get medical help. And she laughed and said, I know, and it's sad, and I'm sorry, and hung up. So, now on to the next part. It says, so now I'm here with maybe 3 days or 3 migraines worth of pills left, and they're like $190 for 30 pills. No doctor, and no way to even try and get seen by a doctor. Now, I do have some updates after I get through the rest of this, and I'll get into that after I finish reading this. No way to even try to get seen by a doctor. Don't try and say I haven't applied for disability or why do you not have disability? I filed, I've tried, I had a lawyer, I had an appointment with a judge and the lawyer's office fucked up and didn't send all the necessary documents in my case and the judge dismissed it. I tried back in 2018 to hire Morgan & Morgan and have called and emailed and everything since then to get them to pick up my case and they never get back to me. They did an intake interview a few years back and I haven't heard jack shit about it. I know due to my extensive medical history and all the doctors I've seen since 1991 that I would need a lawyer to parse everything. And again, I have a paralegal degree. I have an 8 in legal studies. I know how this stuff works. I said, it says, I even tried to file on my own. Florida sucks for getting disability. Even when I had a cancer diagnosis in 2015, I applied, and they have always used my age and my education against me. And I have the documents to prove it. So if you say I'm lying, I will stuff that paper up your ass. I don't know what infuriates me more. People discounting my own documented interactions with medical people and what has been done to me versus what somebody else thinks to be true. Don't say shit to me about well, you're wrong. Bitch, I know I'm right. I have the black and white fucking forms to prove it. And as you guys saw at the beginning of this diatribe, I showed just the documentation I have here. That's not counting the boxes in my bedroom of medical documents that go back to the early 90s and all the medical procedures and medications and everything else that I've been on and all my multiple surgeries and all that other horseshit. So and I have had people tell me to my face, you're lying. There's nothing wrong with you. Even my own father says this. Don't try me. I will go the fuck off on somebody. All right, 2 more paragraphs and then I'll come back to the stream because I can't. I'm not even going to look at the iPad right now. I said, so now I honestly don't know what to do. I can't handle another 9-day migraine that leaves me unable to eat, chest pains, and unable to move or do much of anything. Disabilities don't always look like crutches or a wheelchair. They look like me too. I try and push through the pain on a daily basis to work, edit, film, upload, list items for sales because I have to. I can't get a job. I've tried. I have more than just my health that keeps me from getting a job, aka the arrest. And I'm just frustrated that people think America is so great, but you don't live here or you don't live with what I live with every fucking day. So don't come at me with you're wrong because I know what is true for me. And then it says, okay, rant over. Not that I expect anybody to read this whole thing. I was just super mad today and I'm still mad and I did get some sleep. So I did sleep on it, but I still plan on writing this out. And that was the end of the post that I wrote. So on the comments that I got from that is, why don't you go to the health department? Well, there were two health departments that were local to me. One of them is in Umatilla, and one was in Tavares. The Tavares office closed about 10 years ago due to black mold being in the facility, and it was causing lung problems for people going there. And if you know anything about black mold, it is very hard to get rid of. It's usually caused by moisture, and it spreads like crazy, and it leaves spores in your lungs, which causes all kinds of upper respiratory problems. And for somebody who was diagnosed with pleurisy when they were a child, who's had a pulmonary embolism and a number of other lung-related conditions, not always a good thing to go and or live somewhere that has black mold. Just saying. So they closed that office down probably mid-2000s, like 2005, 2006, they closed that office. But they still had the one in Umatilla open, which, is just as far for me to drive to that one than it is for me to go to Tavares. Well, in 2008 or 2009, they closed that one down because it had bats. Let me see if I can find the article. I'm trying to find it. Well, that's for Tennessee. I'm not finding it. I knew it was a news article I read. I've tried searching a couple of different ways. Anyways, I'm not going to spend the time looking for it anymore than I already have. So last I knew, the Umatilla Health Department had been closed down due to an infestation of bats. And they were in the office one day working when one of them came out of the air vent, and then, they were trying to catch it, and then a whole bunch more came out, and so they closed the building. And then I was told, why don't you go to the one in Leesburg? Well, the one in Leesburg technically isn't in Leesburg. It's like 2 hours away from where I live in the Villages, and it would be faster for me to drive to Orlando than it would be to get there. And again, it's old people area up there. So it's like people driving around on golf carts, not caring about traffic regulations, and then just running you over. So again, it was one of those things that trying to get medical help local was difficult. I would have to travel more than an hour to get to, there's like something fuzzy on my dress right here, and it's like weirding me out. Textures are a big thing for me. Like I can feel it on my arm, and it's bugging me. So the local hospital is privately owned by the Seventh-day Adventist Church. It's run by Advent Health. So it's a private hospital. The difference between a public hospital and a private hospital is private hospitals can turn you away because they don't like you. They can turn you away if they don't take your insurance. They can turn you away if you cannot pay your bill before they even see you. They're like, the first thing they ask is, can you pay for your visit? And if you tell them no, they are like, get off the property, or we'll have security come remove you. I tried to go to an ER there back in 2013 or 14 because I was excessively bleeding. This was before I found out I had uterine cancer. And I had been bleeding for like 60 days straight. And I was so weak that just doing this left bruises on my skin because I was severely anemic. That was before I'd seen an oncologist and all that kind of stuff. So I went to the hospital because I couldn't stop bleeding. I thought I was hemorrhaging. And yes, technically I was hemorrhaging. It was a female version of it. Hemorrhaging at any step of the way is bad. So I went to the ER and they took me back to get my vitals, and the intake lady came in and was like, so how do you plan to pay for your visit? And at the time I didn't have any insurance, and I was like, I don't have a job. And she's like, well, it's $25 just to be here. I said, she's like, can you at least pay that? And I said, no, I have like no checking account. I had no money to my name. And I had a friend drive me to the hospital. And so they made me leave because I couldn't pay even the $25 intake fee to start my chart. So the local hospital that is like 20 minutes, 30 minutes from my house refused service because I couldn't pay. And then because I had just gotten my updated address, they sent me a bill for something back in 2000 that Medicaid paid for because my daughter was born in 2000. Medicaid paid for my surgery and my hospital visit back then. And the complications that came from having her and the week and change that I spent in the hospital after having her, that they said, oh, well, your Medicaid didn't pay for everything. You still owe us money. So I can't even be seen at that hospital until I bring that bill that another medical company paid up to current. They refuse service. So the only other hospital is 45 minutes to an hour. Yes, Casey, they did. And they can refuse service. Again, they are a private hospital. The only other hospital is in Leesburg, which now has been bought out by Shands, which is the hospital in Gainesville, which is a teaching. It's University of Florida's healthcare system. It's a teaching hospital. So now they own Leesburg Regional. So I don't know if I would even be allowed there because I had some testing done at Shands and whatnot. So I don't know if medical stuff was 100% paid for there. And then, of course, my cancer surgery and stuff back in 2016, I still owe like $300 for that. So I don't know if I would be able to be seen by them, but they're not technically a private hospital. A private company did buy them, but I still think they're a public facility versus Waterman, which is owned by a religious organization. So, and it's the same if you go to like a Catholic hospital. They've got some of those down in Orlando, and they can refuse service. Like if you're not Catholic, they can refuse you for not being Catholic. They can refuse you just because you're a whole different religion. They can refuse you because they can. They do not by law have to see you because they are privately owned. Let me go let the dog in.
You ready? You gonna come get on your bed? You come to me? Up. Up. Whoa. Here's an Emily.
Boy, you stink. Whoa. All right, go get on your bed. You fucking stink. I'm going to go wash my hands. Don't you snort at me. Stinky dog. Pewy, stinky dog. What? Smells like a dirty kid and a wet dog mixed. Okay, so that that kind of is like one of the questions that I got, why I didn't, seek medical help in other facilities. And these people don't live in Florida, so they don't know. Yes, they do. That was the next thing I was going to talk about. I have friends that live in like Louisiana and Alabama and Georgia that if I claimed to live at their address and get medical like documents sent there, then I could be seen at their facilities there. But again, it's like an 8 to 10 hour drive to any of those locations every time I would have to see a physician. So, and again, I would be lying on a medical form as well as a government document to get medical help in those places. So that's not good. And I have friends that live locally. I have one that lives over on the coast, and she used to work in the mental health field and tried to help at some point to get me through to people that might be able to help, and they never called me back. And then my other friend, Denise, she lives in Leesburg, and she says, well, maybe you could try this doctor. They work on a sliding scale and that kind of thing. And I tried calling, they don't accept new patients. So that's where I was when I wrote that post. As of right now, last Friday, my dad came home, and I have a tooth back here that has damage because the tooth in front of it that is missing. I had a root canal on by a dentist local, and he did a number on my mouth. I ended up with 9 fillings and a root canal. We'll come to find out he did 2 root canals on my teeth. I was at work one day eating. We had ordered pizza and salads in for the salon because it was a slammed busy day, and I went in the back to eat my salad. And I went to put a fork full of salad in my mouth, and my tooth literally fell out of my mouth on my plate because he had damaged the tooth enough that it just died. And in the process, he drilled into the tooth behind it, and now there's a spot there that needs a filling. And the top of it, I had sealant over, and now I have a hole in my back tooth. He also did a root canal on this tooth. Now, the tooth behind it, I had to have surgically removed because I used to be an ice chewer, and I bit into an ice cube one day and snapped the tooth off at the gum line. So the tooth behind here, my molar back there, broke off like bad. So I had to have that one surgically removed. And so it's gone. But the tooth in front of it, he also did a partial root canal on, the guy that did the tooth over here. And the filling completely fell out one day. And there's like a quarter of my tooth missing because most of that was filling. And then any tooth that was still there in the back part of the tooth broke away because the filling was gone. And the last time I went to my dentist to get it looked at, they were like, well, that tooth needs a crown, and you're going to have another root canal done on it because he left part of the nerve in the tooth. And so I've been having a little bit of pain with this off and on. Like it'll like just randomly hit me, especially when I have like migraines or sinus pain. The pain in this hurts. So my dad came home last Friday because I had that migraine for so long, and all of my entire mouth hurt, all of my teeth hurt. My sinuses were all messed up. I had pressure behind my eyes. So I was a mess with that migraine. So he said, call my dentist Monday, get an appointment. I will pay for your dental care. Because I was waiting to get stimulus money to get my teeth. I was going to get a filling done in this one, and I need either fillings or a filling and a crown on that one. So I was waiting till I got money enough to do that. And that was the next thing I was going to do. The last bit of money that I got, I paid off a good chunk of what I owed my dad. So now I'm just going to owe my dad even more money. How I'm going to pay back. And I called the dentist Monday, got an appointment to be seen on the 16th, which is why I'm glad that I have edited so far ahead that I'm caught up on YouTube. So if I am going to have oral surgery, which it looks like I'm going to have to after the phone call, I'm going to go in for an appointment on the 16th. She's going to do the 360 x-rays and more x-rays to see. I'm going to probably just need fillings on this tooth, and then they're going to have to grind this tooth down and build a crown for it. So that's a whole lot of ow. He screwed up my dad's teeth too, really bad. So my dad has spent like $15,000 getting his teeth fixed after this doctor screwed his teeth up. Like he would give you a lidocaine shot and then disappear for like 3 hours. So by the time he came back to work on you, your numbing medication had worn off. So you'd go in for an 8 o'clock appointment, he'd numb you, and then by noon he'd come back and be like, okay, you ready to go? And you're like, where the fuck have you been? Yeah, he did that one day and went and played golf and came back and he was still wearing his golfing clothes. And yeah, why I was still there, I don't know. Maybe I'm stupid. So yeah, he's not a very good dentist. But, you know, I'd like to keep the teeth that I have. So anyway, so that is coming up. And Dad's going to pay for that. And then the doctor I had when they first diagnosed me with my first like female medical conditions, my menorrhagia, my dysmenorrhea, the ovarian cysts, the uterine fibroids and stuff, all the stuff that I was diagnosed with at like age 11. I called her doctor's office. She's still in practice. And I already have filled out new patient stuff for their office. I'm just waiting for them to call me to schedule an appointment. And they do take me as self-pay. And because I've known the doctor since I was a child, I'm on a definite sliding scale. So instead of paying the $150 fee to walk through the door, it's going to be a little bit cheaper than that. So have a little bit of money in savings, but I think I've got one in here. Oh, I have two in here. I didn't realize that. This is my migraine medication. This is a pill called Oberstadt. I have two in here. I didn't realize that. Bonus. I have been on Tramadol. I have been on Toradol. I have been on Imitrex. I have been on a number of migraine medications over the past 20 years. I have even been hospitalized with migraines because they were so bad, nothing was taking the pain away. And for migraines, they don't give you things like morphine and Vicodin and Dilaudid and stuff like that. They don't give you the heavy stuff for like migraines, even though it's mainly because you need a medication that's a vasodilator. Because when you have a migraine, what it does is it causes your blood vessels to shrink, which constricts the blood flow through it, which then causes things to go wah, 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 which is throbbing. So what they need is a dilating type medication to open those pathways back up. Kind of like coffee. Coffee is a vasodilator. You don't need a vasoconstrictor when you have a migraine. So any type of caffeine, even like chocolate. I always have a bag of chocolate on my desk. Even small amounts of chocolate can help relieve the first onset symptoms of headaches and migraines. Same with coffee and tea. Caffeine helps relieve the pressure by opening the pathways so that blood can travel freely. So you need a pain medication that's going to open those. And a lot of pain medication constricts bloodways. So that's why a lot of the normal medications you would take for other types of pain don't work with migraines, like aspirin. Aspirin causes your blood vessels to go, which is why when you're having a heart attack, they give you aspirin. But I'm allergic to aspirin, so I cannot take aspirin. Oh, good, you're back, Nadine. I have to be careful with what medications I do take because I've had injections for migraines. I would love to try the Botox or botulinum toxin that they do. They do like, it's behind your hairline, but they do injections here and behind your ear to help with migraines. Sometimes they even go up in through your nose and poke them in your sinus cavity on the inside of your nose, because all of this stuff is connected, because your ear, nose, and throat are all connected. So if you get say a stuffy nose, you'll feel like pressure here. And then back here, you'll feel pressure. And that's all because it's all connected. Like they say, don't shake your head too hard because your brain will fall out your nose. Well, it's not accurate, but it's funny and it's kind of appropriate. But or if you shake your head too hard, it's going to fall out they say that because all of your ear, nose, and throat, even your orbital sockets, are all kind of connected. So I would love to get on some sort of like trial for migraines, and I do get letters occasionally for migraine therapies, and then I apply, and then I get put on a wait list. And I've never been accepted into one of the studies. They usually do them down at the land. I actually have one in my drawer that I applied for not that long ago. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Oh, gee, looky there. It's a healthcare.gov application. Oh, gee, more healthcare stuff. Oh, look, the back of a prescription medication. That's my seizure meds right there, I think. Nope. It's another medication. Look like my seizure meds. Occasionally, I'll get letters in the mail that have, like, you have to call and get put on a wait list for the trials, and then they pick who they want. So I've never been picked for one of the studies. I thought I had it right here. Maybe I didn't dig far enough. Gee, another healthcare thing. Yeah, it's basically telling me that I didn't qualify for healthcare, and this was for 2018. So, yep. When I say I keep my documents and my papers and stuff, I mean it. Is it right here? Yes? No? Here we go. It says Florida Health Survey right there at the top. So this was one of the things I applied for, and I didn't get in. It was literally the last thing in the stack in my hands. But anyways, I get them and I apply, but there are a ton of people that apply for those kinds of studies and stuff. And again, not everybody gets in. And depending on your age, your medical history, the severity of your conditions and stuff, a lot of times they don't want to work with somebody that has numerous medical conditions. So I think that's probably why I've been denied for all of them, is because I have so many other factors in my health. Well, Casey, the thing is, though, is I have other things that cause migraines. The new thing people are doing on Instagram is it's some song, and they're like doing this to their phone. And every time I'm scrolling on Instagram and I see one of those, I have to immediately do this and scroll without looking at it because it gives me a migraine. I almost had a seizure one day because somebody did that. The other thing that they're doing on Instagram is there's like videos and they're going with the phone, and they're like swiping over they're like panning over different things like super quick, and that real rapid movement. And then of course the lights are going up and down and whatnot, and lighting changes. Those also can cause seizures. So because I have a seizure condition, I have allergies, some of the other neurological things that I have that are chronic, they don't like working with people like me for migraine studies because my migraines are triggered by different things. Some days it's light, some days it's sound, some days it's rapid movement. Some days it's fragrances can set me off. So I get a sinus headache and then it morphs into a migraine. Some days it's stress. Some days it's lack of sleep. So my migraines are never like consistent. So it's hard to pinpoint because one thing, like I could do one thing today and it trigger a migraine and then be exposed to that one thing 6 more days in a row and not be triggered at all. So my migraines are not consistent as to what causes them. So again, for a medical study where you need your results to be the same or within some sort of bounds, it doesn't always work, especially with somebody like me who is triggered by different things. So hopefully that makes sense. Exactly, Nadine. Well, Casey, they say the reason I don't get disability, I asked my lawyer this years back. I said, why can't I get disability? They're like, well, you can sit at your computer all day and do this and that and everything else. I'm like, yeah, and they're like, so why can't you get a job? Because I can get up and go to bed when I want because I'm home. But when I'm at a job, I can't just get up and curl under my desk and take a nap. I mean, I probably could, but I wouldn't have a job for very long. And now that a lot of people are remote working, I actually got an email the other day about a job through Social Blue Book. And I thought my friend Michelle would be interested in it because it's for marketing stuff. And I do not have any experience in marketing. I have experience in computers, yes. Marketing, no. And she said that, I'm a little busy right now. I don't have time to learn. I said, I will teach you anything you need to know about Social Blue Book. I think you'd be great for this because she has not only marketing experience, but she has like digital editing and stuff like that. And I suck at I haven't used Photoshop since like the 2000s. So I don't know how to use it now. And I don't color correct anything and I don't edit my photos and I don't edit the videos. I don't do anything with color saturation or brightness or contrast, or I don't know how to do any of that stuff. I could probably take classes on it and learn it. But again, I don't do any of that stuff to my own. So I don't know what it would take to learn those things to put them into practice for marketing stuff. Now, if you need a PowerPoint presentation, I can do one of those all day long. I have no problem putting those together and working with the slides and the different features and the pop-ins and the sound effects. And I can do all that. But I don't even know if they still use PowerPoint anymore for slideshows or presentations because I don't know. I've never worked in like an office type setting. I've always been in person with people. I've either been in retail or been in, cosmetology. I've worked fast food. I worked at the library. So again, it's not like a job where you go to an office and you sit on your ass all day. I've never had one of those. And with my education, a lot of places want experience in certain fields in order to do things. So I don't know. I just got an email back from Sam. I think it was this morning or late last night. I saw it come in. I haven't replied to it yet. But I mean, I could apply for the position. I don't think I'm qualified for it. But again, it would be, I won't know until I try kind of thing. And it's been several years since I've updated my resume, so I would need somebody to look at that to see if it's up to date. I know Jason looked at it last and he's like, you need to take out this stuff and simplify this and, dumb this down and take off a couple of years of education. It's pretty bad when you have to remove education off your application or your resume because you don't want to be seen as too overqualified. I just drop a master's degree, you'll be okay. But I have 2. No, you only need 1 on your resume. Well, which one do you want? The MBA or the computer engineering one? Well, what job are you going for? It's computer based. Okay, then drop off the MBA and leave the other one. I'm like, can't I just have both? No, you'll be seen as too smart, too educated, and they won't hire you. Fuck my brain. So I don't know. That's where I'm at. Yes, Nadine, that is accurate. And you've seen me on good days and bad days, so you know how I get. And you've seen me when I'm happy, and you've seen me when I'm bitchy, and you've seen me when I'm grumpy and ready to rip someone's head off, and you've seen me when I'm calm, and you've seen me when I'm volatile, and you have seen me read somebody up one side, down the other, and cuss them out and everything else. So I am bipolar, so, you know, I'm allowed to do that. I have a medical diagnosis that says, okay, this bitch is nuts. She's allowed to go off on people. Well, Jason, you know me. I have a big mouth and I do like to talk. So that's also a downside, especially during the interview process. They ask me something and I say something. And then they want me to elaborate. And 20 minutes later, I'm done. And then they're like, okay, we're done. Don't want to see you no more. You talk too much. Well, then you shouldn't have fucking asked. Don't ask if you don't want the answer, because I will tell you the answer. Well, you know when to tiptoe around me, because it's obvious. My eyes turn gray, my face turns funny colors, and yeah. It's easy to tell when I'm ready to pop off at somebody. And everybody is fair game at that point. If I'm getting in the gray zone with my eye color, then you know everybody is fair game. And I don't care who you are or whether or not you've done anything to me that day. If you're on the line of path, you're all going to get yelled at. And a lot of times when I meet new people, I'm like quiet, I'm reserved, and I'm the person that kind of this is what I'm usually like. When I'm in like crowded situations, I'm like, because you don't want to look one place too long, because then you're staring. But if you do like a scan of the room and you stop and look, I'm a perceptive person. Okay, I don't miss a whole lot. But I'm the weirdo that's standing off to the side, holding my hands or doing this, and if you see me like this, back up, because this is a bad sign. The hip is out, the leg is out. You get the look, back up, because that's a warning sign. That's a warning sign before you get one of these. And if the other hand goes up, just start running, because your ass is grass. But like the thing is when I'm around people, I'm awkward and I'm quiet. Now when people get to know me a little bit more, I'm loud and I'm obnoxious and I don't shut up. And I am like I am right now, because you know me and you know what to expect. And if I show up like this, people are like, that bitch is nuts. She don't ever shut the fuck up, and I'm very off-putting to people. The way most people see me is, if anybody's ever seen Pretty Woman, the movie with Julia Roberts and, Gear. Anyways, so in the movie, towards the end, he tells her there are two kinds of people when it comes to opera. You either hate opera but learn to appreciate it, or you love opera and you will always love opera. I'm like that. You either love me when you first meet me and you will never forget me, because everybody who's ever met me has never been able to forget me. Even like 30 years later, people still remember me. They might not remember my name, but they remember me and they never forget me. Or you hate me because I annoy the piss out of you. I'm annoying. I never shut up. I'm bold. I have no tact. I say what I feel and I mean what I say. And you don't like me because of that. But people that hate me when they first meet me, I'll look at chat in a second, will learn to appreciate me over time, because they realize I'm consistent. If I say something, I mean it. And when I mean what I say, because I say what I mean, you realize other people around you are kind of talking shit behind your back, I will flat out tell you to your face how I feel if you ask me. Now, you might not like what I have to say, but I will be honest with you and I'm upfront. So again, I said this at the beginning of the stream. Don't ever ask me anything if you don't want an honest answer, because I will tell you how I feel. And I have no qualms with telling you how I feel. And I'm the kind of person that if you want something sugar-coated, really don't ask me. I don't beat around the bush. You will get X, Y, and Z, because I don't go A and M and R and O and E to get to Z. You will get X, Y, and Z like that. There is no beating around the bush with me. I don't sugarcoat nothing. I don't make it pansy certified. Okay, you will get it straight. I've been told many times I'm very aggressive. I'm not really aggressive. I'm determined, but I have no tact. And people are like, you need to be a little bit more tactful. Nope. I have no filter. I'm sorry that you need somebody to coddle you, but it ain't gonna be me, because that's just not who I am. All right, let me look at chat. I'll get off my soapbox for a minute. Oh, well, I sit on my birthmark, Amanda. So most people won't see it. It's on the, like, right where my, like, underwear cuts it in half. It's right on the lower part of my ass. Most people don't even see it. That's where my birthmark is. And I got one. What wrist are you on? It's like a weird, oh, there it is. I got one here. You can barely see it. That's the only other birthmark I have. And then, of course, the one I'm sitting on. But again, most people don't see that. Jason, you better not ever forget me. I will fly to New York just to haunt you. No, I suck at small talk. I really do, Casey. I really suck at small talk. I can talk about the weather 1 minute and then be talking about something heavy the next. And that's just how I am. We can start off with, God damn, it's fucking hot outside. And it's like 90, what is it? It was 81 earlier. Let's look at what it is now. Nope, still 81. As an example, my friend Michael and I were talking about this the other day. I have known him since the early 2000s. We were talking about something, and then we got off on something else. Okay, I sent him a meme. It says, let dad join an evening woodshop class, they said. It'll be fine, they said. And he made a banana hammock. I saw the banana hammock first before I saw the writing on it. I about died laughing. So I sent it to Fox because I knew he'd appreciate it. He says, LOL. I says, I know you like your dad jokes, but even this made me giggle. He says, I appreciate you. I said, hey, at least somebody does. He goes, why wouldn't anyone appreciate you? I said, most think I'm a bitch. Or I'm useful if they need a ride or money or need help or something. So the only time my phone rings is if it's a scammer. He goes, that's crappy. I don't have many friends. I said, me either. In real life ones, that is. Most people I talk to are all over the world, but have never met me in person, unlike you, even if it was nearly 20 years ago. He goes, seems like yesterday. He goes, we talked about something personal for a minute with his wife. And we talked about my wedding. And then I made a comment and I said, you remember well. He goes, you are impossible to forget. I said, I said something else. And he says, I remember I said, that's the problem. Once people have met me, they never forget me. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. You either hate me and learn to appreciate me or love me. It's strange. He goes, oh, I definitely don't hate you. I said, no, but some people who met me 20 years ago have told me in the past 10 years or so that they hated me when they first met me, but kind of like me now. He goes, I always had a crush on you. And I asked him if he remembered somebody who used to do poi lessons. And he goes, of course. I said, he followed me around Boyd Hill for 3 days like a lost puppy after meeting me. And he's like, LOL. And then we talked about some other people. And he says, well, maybe he just liked the Bush sticker on your car. Because I did vote for George Bush. And so he made a comment about the bumper sticker that was on my Mercedes at the time. He goes, well, I said, I'm still a Republican, but Lord, you know, I didn't vote for Trump. And then he talked about the people that we were talking about, which both, one of them's still alive. The other one is dead now. He's like, yeah, I got to drive them to the airport. And then we talked back and forth about a few other things. Oh, and then I found him this meme. It says, when you find a serious leak under your sink, serious leak. So yeah, I send him stuff like this all the time, and we go back and forth and talk about things. But he's known me for years, like since I was in my early 20s, and he's I think I sent him to your group too, Jason. I thought they were punny. They were super punny. I was laughing my ass off that day. Every time I found something, I was like, oh, the guys are going to like this. But yeah, I met him and his wife hates me. Bandora hates me. And I was like, I don't know what I ever did to your wife, but she hates me. He goes, well, she appreciates you now. But I was like, yeah, but she hated me back then. And I don't know what I ever did to her. He's like, no, but I've always liked you. So but yeah, it's funny. Like the girl at the doctor's office, when I talked to her again today, when she called me today, and she's like, are you sure the doctor's going to remember you? She's like, it's been more than 20 years. I said, trust me, I'm not any different than I was 20 years ago. I still look the same. She goes, well, this will be a whole new experience. Then she'll get to see what you're like as an adult. I said, oh yeah, I was a kid back then. Holy shit, it's been 30 years since I've seen this woman. And she laughed. She's like, well, you'll get to explore the new intricacies of your friendship now. I said, well, this could be bad. She laughed. And she's like, you know, I wonder how I'm personally wondering how my doctor's going to feel seeing me now, because I haven't seen her in 20 years. I haven't physically seen her even out in public in 20 years. So last time I saw her was for my confirmation down in Orlando, back in like 98, 99. She was my sponsor for the Catholic Church, so she kind of had to be there. Well, Nadine, you used to always come see me every weekend. Occasionally I'd forget, or I'd get busy or distracted or whatever. Because you know me, I have ooh shiny moments. So there's that. But yeah, no, I'm like one of those people that it's odd. There are people that have only met me once that will bump into me again like a decade later, and they're like, oh, I remember you. I met you when you were with, and I'm like, I don't know your name, but I recognize your face. And I can remember usually what we talked about too. But other than that, I don't remember who the hell they are. She was early 30s when I was 11. So, and that was 30 years ago. So she's probably 60s. I don't know. She's probably my dad's age. She was always so beautiful. She had strawberry blonde hair. She was gorgeous. Tall and thin like me. I think I'm taller than her now because I think she's only 5'7". So I think I'm taller than her because I'm grown now. But when I was 11, I was eye to eye with her because I've always been tall. I was like 5'7" at 11 years old, and then I got up to 5'8" by the time I was 13, and I stopped at 9.5. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see her, 30 years later. I still don't know who that brand is. I'm still confused as to why they sent me a message about them being live on Instagram. That's confusing. Some things just kind of throw me for a loop. I bet Evelina's not even here anymore, but she got these cutest like little dragon cards for her kid. They're like little tarot cards, but they're dragons. And then there's the picture. I had her link it on she found them on Amazon, and I saved them off on my Amazon wish list. So when I get some money, maybe I'll get it. So, oh, Casey, no, well, she was my doctor back then because she was my mom's doctor. And then I started having like female issues. So my mom took me in to see her. But, I just got an email from Nomad. I mean, I've applied to be a patient at her office again. So I'm just waiting on them to call me back with the scheduling. That's it. So technically I've been accepted as a new patient. I'm just not scheduled to be a patient yet. And she was my doctor till I was like 18. There's the Nomad palette. Look, here's the picture. This is what it looks like. I've never been able to do that where I've gotten the palette before it launched. I think it's awesome the fact that I've been able to get the palette. And this is look 7 and 8. I've got 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 in my editor. I just have to do a voiceover for it, and it's actually done rendering. So I was working on that before I went live. This is what I wanted to look at. BH just released a new palette called the BFF collection. It was, I don't know who they are, Alondra and Elsie. I'm guessing they're Hispanic besties or something like that. I don't know who either of them are. I've never even heard of them. I don't usually watch, like a lot of the YouTubers that I watch, I find it hard. Very first what? Well, no, I didn't get my video up first. There was like 6 other videos for the first impressions for the Nomad palette that went up before mine. That's what I want to see. I want to see the palette. I don't give a shit about the face palette. There we go. Will you turn sideways? All right. Okay, that doesn't work. All right, here's the new BH palette. And those blues, man, there's like 5 blues in here. Let's see if I can get it to flip through. Like these 3 over here, whoops. These 3 right here were like calling to me. But then there's these blues here. And there's a pretty like pinky purple shade. A lot of neutrals in there, but those blues, man. The blues were calling to me. Stop it. I'm trying to go back to the first picture. Yay, let me zoom in. Whoops. Those are the blues I'm talking about. Those blues right there. Those are really pretty. And then, get off of that. Those blues are pretty. Not that I need another eyeshadow palette right now, but... Oh, I didn't even look to see how much it was. Whoops. How much is it? $24. Yeah, I'll wait. I wonder how much they paid for it. Never mind. Sorry, I get distracted easily. So anyway, so that's rant basically over. Update all the other stuff that I wanted to talk about. Ta-da. It is really pretty. I'm wearing 6 different colors right now. I used this side today, and then I used this shade from that side. But I did 1, 2, the bund shade, I used that. I used this one. I used the silver or the white shade in here. And then I used the green here. And these suckers are water resistant. I got in the shower the other day and went to, take a shower, and the eyeshadow stayed. And I went and did like a FaceTime thing with Angel yesterday and got my face wet, mascara all running down my face. And I went and like my eye, and I was like, look. And she's like, ain't no way. And I had water on my hands, water on my face, and I went like this and swiped my eye, and you could actually, see the skin tugging, and the eyeshadow didn't budge. She's like, holy shit. I'm like, I'm telling you, this shit's water resistant. I might just do that. I might, when I have something that's more vibrant on, I might just record trying to take the makeup off, because with soap and water, it comes off really quickly. But with regular water, I could go stand in the fucking rain and my eyeshadow ain't going anywhere. I could rub my eyes like a baby and my eyeshadow ain't going anywhere. I'm like, this stuff is amazing. And I have other eyeshadows, and I've noticed this with some of their other eyeshadow palettes, but like if I get a BH shimmer shade wet, once it's on my eyes, the shimmer falls off. The base pigment's still there, the mattes are still there, but the shimmer falls off. But like if I get one of these shimmer shades wet on my face, it stays. I'm like, Angel didn't believe me, so I literally went live with her on my phone yesterday via message and was live talking with her. And I was like, watch this shit. She's like, what the? I was like, watch this. And I'm like doing this. And I said, okay, let me show you the trick. I put a little bit of face wash on my hand, and I said, poof, it's gone. And she was like, oh my God. So yeah, it was funny. These are like really water resistant. They don't like to go anywhere. So these are a new formula for them. The foiled metallics are a new formula, and these are even different than that special formula that they have. These are like amazing. And that black doesn't want to budge. I used that to do a winged liner look. And oh my God, it didn't go anywhere. I got it wet in the shower, and I'm doing this in the shower with just water, and that black liner I had didn't freaking budge. And I have proof. See the shower head behind me running? Shower head. Running. Water on face. Mascara under eye. That's a palette. There's the red and black look I did. You guys haven't seen that yet. Water on face. Water running in background. In shower. eyeshadow still in place. Let me go this one. Hair wet, water running, eye makeup still fucking perfect. In the goddamned shower, it didn't fucking budge until I hit it with soap. And then, of course, it was gone. But I was like, what? So, yeah. And I'm editing that video right now, what I think I'm going to do during my voiceover is I'm going to include those shower pictures as like off to the side because it literally didn't fucking budge. I was like blown away. And I actually sent Felicia an email. I was like, you do realize your shadows are water resistant, right? She's like, did you go swimming or something? She's like, I know it's been warm there lately, but did you go swimming? I was like, no. And I sent her the pictures from the shower. She's like, what? I was like, yeah, it didn't budge in the shower at all until I hit it with soap. And then it actually washed off. I was completely blown away. Now you guys know why I was so super excited about this palette, because I had already done like swatches and stuff with it to like look at colors before I even did an eye look. And I had like played around with it. And then of course I did my first impressions video. That's why I was so super excited for this, because I had played with it a little bit. And I was like, the swatches didn't want to wash off my hands, because I went in and I washed my hands with just water just to rinse, the shadow off. They didn't want to go anywhere. I had to get actual soap out of my dispenser and like to get them suckers to budge. So I knew that they were going to be difficult, but like they didn't stain, no staining. They're not gritty. Like some eyeshadows feel like sandpaper on my skin because textures and stuff affect me. But like I was mind blown by these shadows. They're like even different than the Cartagena palette, than the Iceland palette. Like these foiled metallics are different than every other palette they've ever done. They're similar, but they're not the same. Like the 5 shades in the Cartagena palette that are like their special shades, they're kind of like chunky and you can feel them on the eye because they're a little bit heavier. These, you don't even fucking feel it. It's like amazing. And of course they're water resistant. So there's that. Anyways, anybody else have any questions that you want answered or discussed or anything like that? I haven't eaten anything today and I've been up for hours. It says there's 5 people here, but it only says there's 2 people in chat, which means Jason is lurking. Jason, lurking. See? Knew you were lurking. Why would I need a fucking date to hold my damn umbrella? What's wrong with my own arm? Can I not hold my own damn umbrella? I mean, it's all cute and stuff. I have this one here. Where's your thing? Has cherry blossoms on it. It's see-through. And then I have one in the car that's maroon. They were supposed to send me a blue one, but I got a maroon one instead. It has a really neat wooden handle on it. And then I keep one on my motorcycle too, but that's kind of like an oxymoron. Keeping an umbrella on the motorcycle. Because I'm just going to get wet. Well, it's good that you have company, Nadine. Ugh. But yeah, again, why can't I hold my own damn umbrella? Is my arm broke? And if they were a date, they should be walking closer to the curb because it makes it easier to kick them over the curb. I was raised that a man should always be on the roadside. Women should be on the inside. I like the fact that it's clear because I can squat down and look through it while it's raining and watch the rain fall because I love rain. Oh, I'm fanning receipts off my printer. Yeah, I got it off of Amazon. Actually, an Amazon seller reached out to me and asked me if I would review that umbrella like 4 years ago. And they sent me the umbrella, and I think it's gorgeous. I love cherry blossoms anyways. Cherry trees don't really do too good here in Florida, but I've always loved the way that cherry trees look when they're in full bloom. I think they're gorgeous. I also like willow trees, but I don't know what that was. Weird. James! No hi? No nothing? Go get him, Emily. Come on. Let's go. James was just here. And he didn't knock or nothing. Left it by the door, and I heard something. That's why I went out. I was like 6 the first time I had one. Hey, look what I just got. Oh, I got another plastic thing on it. Hang on. So this just came in. Yep, it's from BH. They're shipping via FedEx now instead of USPS. The other one's here. I haven't done a look with it yet because I've been too busy playing with the Nomad palette. So this was January's palette, and then this is February's palette. And these use the fake glitter. They're mica-based glitter. Casey, you know the majority of my palettes are all from BH or Nomad. So here we have January and February. I think they would actually work pretty good together. So we have the garnet palette here, and then the amethyst palette down here. Why is the camera not focusing? I don't want to focus on this one. Anyways, so these are the new little, like, gemstone palettes that they're doing. I might pick up if I have the money, because right now and you remember how I said the other day that every time I put something in my Depop store on sale that I never get any sales? Well, I left it on sale for a few days, and because there was literally no sales for like 8 days, I turned the sale off. By the next day, I had a sale. Now, I haven't had one since, and that's been 2 days, but still. As soon as I turned the sale on my Depop store off, I was able to get a sale. So what I'll probably do in March, depending on when what they release, I might pick it up, I might not. I just got these because I liked the color story of it. And then I got the Amethyst, plus Garnet is my dad's birthstone. And I really liked the purple in this like bluish shade here and this like weird like reddish purple shade here. I got it because I liked the colors in this one as well. I mean, the peachy shade could go or stay. It doesn't matter to me. But there's also like a peachy kind of shade in here that's similar but lighter. If you look, this one's darker than the Garnet palette. So they're not even the same shades, but you know, it'll be nice to try them out. I've been too busy wearing the other palette to do these. So anyways, depending on what March's birthstone palette looks like, I might pick up that BFF palette at the same time. And maybe by then it'll be on sale. Because I don't know who those influencers are, so I don't know if they'll sell out. But I do like the blues. So there's that. Freaking hot. And I have all my hair up here. All my hair's in the front right now. I mean, I could just be a weirdo and go put the hair on, but I could also just sit here and just be a Floridian. I mean, I know 81 degrees to some people is really hot, especially y'all Yankees. Nadine. Trying to fan my back, but I don't want to hit the chair. Oh yeah, airflow on the back. That's nice. That probably looks really strange. Anyways, I probably need to get off the stream, find something to eat. There's always one hair left. Go away. Are you melting over there, Nadine? Because I know it's hot for you. But at least I'm glad somebody turned the heat back on in Florida. Because I tell you what, that fucking cold air that we had, man, that was rough. Really rough. I don't do cold at all. I hate the cold. I hate being cold. I hate being in the cold. I hate everything cold. Outside-wise, cold, yuck. Now, a nice cool pool or cool water, like when it's hot outside, that's nice. But like the cold, fluffy, white stuff that the y'all people up north get, y'all can fucking keep it. Oh, did I have a typo on it? My bad. Yeah, I did. Yep. Again, my bad. Good catch. Yeah, until the sun burns your leg, Nadine. Like it did in my case. I mean, I could have moved back in the shade. Oh, I still have the things I stole from your yard. Dad said the trees that make these only live 30 to 40 years. Asked how old the trees were in your yard, and I said, I don't know, but they're big. And he said that he hates the oak the version of oak tree that makes these, because he said these are like twice the size of our acorns, and he said that the trees that ship these things do more damage to your car than a regular like our trees, the water oaks. So he called your trees scrub oaks. I want to say scrub oaks. Anyway, you'd have to ask him. I forgot already. That was a couple weeks ago. But anyways, he said he did not want me to plant these in the yard because he hates the tree. And he said these damage property because when they fall. And I still have the little hat too. Little acorn hat. Ta-da! So I thought it was cute. So I took it home. So maybe depending on how I feel in the next day or two, I might take a drive out to come see you, because just cause. I'll let you know. Yes, that's what he was talking about. They don't put in like deep ground roots; they're all surface roots, so they get waterlogged and they go because they are all. Let me see if I can look them up real quick. I'm going to look at the acorns first. Oh, that definitely ain't. Hang on. I got to do some research. Well, this acorn says it's a swamp oak. That just doesn't sound right. Dad called it a scrub oak. Common types of oak trees. Okay. Look at a PDF. Swamp oak. Hang on, I'm looking at a couple of different seeds. A fly just went by. Hey, that rhymed. He called it a scrub oak, but he could be mistaken, because the seed or the acorns and the leaf looks right for what they're calling a swamp white oak. Did you know oak trees are in the beech family? All right, it says it's a medium-sized tree in the beech family, and it is common to North America. It can survive in a variety of habitats. They come in a different variety of hybrids. They grow normally in urban and suburban areas, and they tolerate compacted soil. They do surprisingly well in droughts. This one says a swamp white oak lives 300 years. Dad was saying it was like 20 to 40 years. Yields oblong acorns in pairs, each approximately 1 inch in length. So let's do some math here. I got 5 seeds. Well, you're a little short. Yep, they're all about 1 inch in length. Except for this little bugger. He's only 3/4 of an inch. So, yeah, it's a swamp white oak is what your tree is called, according to a quick search and looking at an arbor website. A scrub tree just means it's the type of oak it is, but we have, like, the trees in our yard are what they call water oaks or laurel oaks, and it's like one of those, like a laurel oak is like the common name, but it's technically a water oak, and water oaks only live up to like 50 years. So I want live oaks. Live oaks live for like hundreds of years. That's what I would rather have in our yard, but they also get humongous. Like the trees that we had when I went to summer camp in High Springs, they have a tree there that's like 1,500 years old. So, and the thing is as big around as this room is wide. And this is a pretty big room that I'm in. So, like, let's see if I can move the camera. Now you can see how big the room is that I'm in. And all Dad's shit on the desk over there. But yeah, I'm in a really long, wide room. Like 20-something inches long. Or 20-something feet long. I think it's a 16 by 20 or 16 by 22. So, yeah, live oak trees live for a long time. Let me look. 400 years. Average lifespan for a live oak, 400 years. So yeah, the average live oak tree lives up to 400 to 500 years. So that's a long time for a tree to live. They see a whole lot of life if they're that old. I mean, when I was a kid, they told us stories about the tree. I mean, it might not be that old. Let me see. Looks like they changed their name. Oh, Lord. All right. 2 guesses. Is it a scammer or is it not a scammer? Speak. Gee, it was a confirmation call on an order placed on my Amazon and I hung up. I'm pulling up the map of the park so I can look. Because they have the tree all like cordoned off so you can't get to it because it's fucking huge. Now, when I was little, you could get up close to the tree. All right, there is the watering hole. The oak tree is over there. It doesn't say. Yeah, again, I might be wrong. Okay, they have a cypress tree called Big Dan that's 2,600 years old. That's probably the tree I'm thinking of. So it's a cypress tree, not an oak tree. And they've got pictures of it. I know we did an event one time where the people from my cabin had all gotten around it. We all did the whole holding hands thing. And then here's the link to the news article. Can you imagine a cypress tree that old? Because there's a natural springs there, and there's all kinds of trees and stuff back in there, and they built boardwalks around it so you can walk through the trees. We always used to get in trouble because we were out there doing bad stuff like smoking. And they have a zoo there. I did their zoological courses when I was a kid. And then here's the actual camp website if you are curious to look at it. I started going to that camp in 1984. And then I went there all the way up until 1998. And then I was too old. And I did sign up to become a camp counselor, but yeah, I see that the tree is in Austria. But this is a cypress tree that's ancient. It's fucking huge. And I've seen it in person. Probably have some actual like photos of it somewhere. Again, tree hugging dirt worshiper. I like my trees. But I linked the article where they talked about how old the tree was, and I linked the website for the summer camp. So you can go and look. If you scroll down, if you go to the map, the interactive map, it's down towards the bottom because there's a big watering hole that we used to swim on. There's this big, we would jump off of diving boards on it, and it had jump off a diving board onto this thing called the blimp. And it was like red and white stripes, and you'd jump off, and you'd always want to hit the like third white stripe in, and then you'd crawl to like the white stripe towards the end, and then the next person would jump onto the blimp, and you would go wee splat. It was fun. And then off to the side, they had like a really deep like ravine where the water is, and we had to be careful because there were gators that used to come and swim in there at times, and there was a cave down at the bottom, so you weren't allowed to do cave diving and stuff unless you were with the snorkeling team. But there was a huge tree that had a branch over, and they had like a zip line that went across. They had a rope swing. You'd get on the rope, and there would be somebody standing there, and they'd be like, all right, you ready? And then they hold on to you, and you get up onto the plank, and they would grab you and go, whoosh, and then you get out, and they're like, okay, drop. And then of course some people would be like, and they'd swing back, and then they'd swing you out again. And then there were some people that put their feet down and like, no. It was always so funny. And then they had another section of the swimming area that had different dive levels, and they had one dive that was like 300 feet. Oh my God, that was so much fun. I'd get up there, I'd be like, okay. And that's when, because I had, it was hard for me to find one-piece bathing suits because it's a church camp. You're not supposed to show like skin. So I always had two pieces on, and I would have to, by camp rules, wear a t-shirt over my, nothing's wrong with being a tree hugger, Nadine, but I am one. I had to always wear a t-shirt over my bathing suits because they weren't camp approved because there was like skin showing in the middle. So I would tuck my t-shirt into the bottoms of my bikini, so that it didn't go flying up. But I'd get up on the 300 drop, and you get up on the top platform, and I'd be up there and I'd be watching, because you have to wait for a signal. And then, of course, they blow a whistle and you can go. And then you get up there and you're like, okay, and then you go. And then it was fun. I'm not afraid of heights, though. So none of that stuff ever bothered me. I wasn't brave enough to go off backwards, though. If I couldn't see where I was going, I couldn't, like all the diving stuff that I did when I was younger, I couldn't do the one where you go backwards and you literally, you put your toes up on the platform so you can do this with your foot. And even though I have really good grip with my toes, I couldn't do the going backwards part of the diving stuff because I was always uncomfortable doing it. If I couldn't physically see what direction I was doing, because I watched somebody, I was in line to go up one day, and I watched somebody go over backwards on the day that we were learning how to do it. And they went over backwards and ended up hitting the platform at the 150 mark. And they cracked their head open on the end of the platform. And I was like, nope, ain't doing it. Nope. Ain't doing that. No. So yeah. And then of course, like, I broke my arm right after that. So that was a huge no. Yeah. I don't know how, I think our trees, like we've got some 14 footers here. Not quite sure. I haven't really gone and measured trees in our yard. Never before seen footage of the violence at the U.S. Capitol. Nothing surprises me about that day. But yeah, I used to go to summer camp every year. I did 2 weeks of regular like church camp. And then they did, because the camps were set up differently, because there was the whitewater rafting camp that was done first, and then the camp, and then we had like equine camp, and then there was a rocket camp that they did that was at a different time, since they split them up so that they had enough bunks for everybody. So I went and did 2 weeks of regular camp, and then I would have to I would usually come home for like a week, and then we would go and we would do 2 weeks of equine camp. My brother did band, so he stayed home for those, but my parents would have to drive me back up to Gainesville to do equine camp. And we did horseback riding and rodeo, and I worked at the zoo all summer. I took the archery camp. I did archery 1 year, and they kept noticing every time I draw a bow, I would pull back on the bow, and then I'd go whoop, which then in turn moves the front of the bow. And they couldn't figure out why I did that. But then finally somebody handed me a left-handed bow, and I went like this and shot fine. Come to find out, I sight with my left eye. So every time I'd go to draw back with a right-hand bow, I'd have to move my head to look past the string and the arrow. So that was like really funny, because I didn't know that my left eye's always been my dominant eye. Even when I shoot a gun, I can shoot left or right-handed, but I sight with my left eye. I've always been that way. Even if I'm aiming with my right, I always have to line things up with my left. Nadine, you and Chloe are in the front yard measuring things. Now you will get that joke. No, everybody else is going to be completely left out, but you should get that. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I tried the whitewater rafting stuff one day, and I don't do well at that. I mean, the inner tubing stuff was fun. Canoeing, I always ended up on shore, because I always got somebody in my canoe, and you're all supposed to, and then you switch, right? So if I'm going like this, the person in the back should also be going on the opposite side. Only problem with that is you get somebody in the back, and they're like, oh, well, they see you doing this in the front, and they start doing this. The next thing you know, the front of the boat is going towards the shore. And you're like, No, you need to be, let's just switch places. And you'd be on the back and they'd turn around and watch. And if you're doing this, which is to counteract to what they're doing, they're like, oh, maybe I'm supposed to be on this side. And the next thing you know, you're facing the shore. It was bad. I hate getting in a canoe with somebody that doesn't know how to canoe. Yeah. Pictures or it didn't happen, Nadine. But yeah, I used to have fun every summer. And the reason why my parents grew up really poor. Both my parents grew up poor. My mom was a child of 6, and my dad was a single parent child. His mom took off when he was a baby. Well, after he had been sold a few times. My dad was sold as a child more than once. He was bought into what is called the gray market here in Florida. It's where natives basically trade their children for other things like alcohol or drugs or whatever. So even though my dad's parents were married before he was born and all that kind of fun stuff, she was young. My grandfather was older. He was like 45 when they got married and she was like 16. So my grandmother couldn't handle it from what stories I've heard. And she sold my dad more than once. And my grandfather found him once in Gainesville, which is where my grandmother grew up, was in Gainesville. And they went to the reservation there to track down people, and they found that she had sold him. And the first time she sold him was for a bottle of whiskey. And my grandfather was able to recover him. And then the next time she sold him, she ended up in Virginia with him, and she sold my dad a second time for $1,000. So, yeah, my dad's been sold more than once. So my parents grew up with a whole lot of nothing. And so when I was a kid growing up, my parents wanted to make sure we had everything. We had piano lessons, music lessons. I had voice lessons, ballet, jazz, dance, tap, you name it, we did it. I did summer camp every year. Like my brother went the year before me because he was older, and then I wanted to go. And so it was like $300. Well, it started off, it was like $200 a summer, and then it went up to like $300 and something a summer. And my mom worked really hard to earn the money for us to go to summer camp every year. But I worked with horses. I worked with big cats. I worked with reptiles all during the summer. I did archery class. I learned rocketry, where you learn about propulsion and what kind of things that you use in order to build a frame for something that's going to go up, and then the types of engineering that goes involved with the types of fuels and stuff that you need in order to get the things to go up, and what you do and don't mix chemically to get those things to work so things don't go boom. Hello? There's a bug in here. I really? Well, come land on me so I can zap you with my buggy thing. Fucking fly. So my parents always made sure that we had everything that we needed. Because my parents, again, have gone hungry. And I know in times in my life, there were times when my children were little that I couldn't afford to buy groceries. And, WIC only goes so far, which is, it's a program for women that have small children that you get like formula and milk and cereal and cheese and peanut butter and things like that. And there were times where I was denied for Medicaid or food stamps because I earned like $10 more than what was minimum, required. So I was getting like $22 a month in food stamps when the lady that kept having kid after kid after kid that never worked a day in her life was getting like $2,000 a month in food stamps. So there were times in which my children ate before I did because I wanted to make sure they didn't go without. Well, it was the 50s. So there was all kinds of shit going on in the 50s that wouldn't go on today. But yeah, it was, if you look it up, it's called the gray market. It's one of those like underground hush hush kind of things where mothers used to sell their children for money, or they would sell their kids so that they could escape bad situations. Like men had just come back from war, the women were home, the men would take advantage or be rough or abusive, and the women would end up pregnant, and then they were stuck with a husband who had just come back from war that was damaged and mentally unstable, and now they've got a child. So they would sell their children on the gray market in order to get out of bad situations. So I can understand why there was a thing for it, but it was, none of it was legal. Like my grandfather, when he got to Virginia to buy my dad back, he beat on the lawyer's door like for an hour and waited for him downstairs. My grandfather had a wooden handle from a hammer that he had polyurethaned and lacquered like multiple times, so it was like a brick. And he was waiting down there knocking on the door with it. He's like, I know you're in there, and I'm going to get you when you come out. And he waited until that lawyer came down, and he beat the shit out of him. He's like, where's my boy? Where is my son? I'm taking him home. But he's already been sold. He's been adopted. I don't fucking care. Where is my boy? So, yeah. My grandfather didn't fucking play. Germans can be really no nonsense from what I know about my grandfather. I think I might have my mom, in all of her infinite wisdom, just to be a bitch, took out like photos and stuff of things out of the photo album. And I think there's a picture of my grandmother in here. She sent my dad. That's a blast. Bunch of bagpipe stuff. And I was color guard, so I would have been in the front if we were at parades and stuff. So I told you my dad used to play a bagpipe. So cool. There's a really old picture of my dad. There's no year on it. My dad had just come home from being in Korea when this picture was taken, and that is me. I had scrawny legs back then. I still got scrawny legs now. I was a skinny baby. But there's my dad. And you see the year on it, 1980. Yeah, my dad's a bagpiper. Some Navy pictures. Navy pictures. November 1980. Oh, this was in the front yard. This is in the front yard here. This is one of the panoramic shots that I did. And my dad... My dad is right there. So my mom went through and, oh Lord, there's my dad with a perm. Right where my finger is. There's my dad. And here's my dad giving pheresis, which is instead of donating blood, you do platelets. So they take it out of one arm and they put it back in the other. My dad is an able type, so bagpipe stuff. I don't know what those are. I don't know who that is. Jan Hall. New Year's Eve. She's pretty. Whoa! I still have these shorts. There's my dad. Summer 1981, and I still have these shorts. I still have them. I used to be able to wear them. Bird's nest on the Navy boat. It says Dependence Cruise on this one. Dependence Cruise, USS Foggy. My dad was on the USS Foggy FF 1047. Ah, that's where he got one of his degrees. I remember when we tried teaching my friend Laura to play a bagpipe. That's my friend Laura right there. How funny. I know he had a picture of his mom in here. That's what I'm looking for. That's his Carla. I'm looking. What was 39 years ago? More of my dad. Pictures of my dad. There's no date on them, though. And it was the party that I set up for. I took all of these pictures. I don't know why she had them. There's my dad there. Shaved his head, kept his beard and his mustache. I always told him he looked funny like that. Easter 1981. You've got my dad, my brother, and I. My dad's Mason stuff. My dad is a Mason, so I don't know what the hell that is. More bagpipe stuff. Oh my God! There's one of me. I still have that shirt, by the way. Is there a date on here? Nope. But I still own that shirt. I'm reading a book, it looks like. Whole bunch of bagpipe stuff. Well, there's one of the flags. Oh, there I am with the Scottish flag. That's me. Finally, a picture of me in one of the parades. I always carried the Scottish flag. There's the Scottish flag again. I'm standing behind Wally. I can't believe she finally got a picture of me in one of the parades. I tell you what, it's hard holding one of the flagpoles. And I'm looking, because we were supposed to, I had to make sure I was in line with the other flag. And if there was 3 of us, I carried the American flag. But usually when it was just 2 of us, we carried the Florida flag and then I carried the Scottish flag. So if you look, there's a Florida flag here. And then, of course, the flag from Scotland. But I had to make sure I was in line with the other flag. That's why I'm looking. But then again, I did that when I was in dance too. I would always look at everybody on stage and just to make sure that I was doing everything they were doing. So I was really bad about that. I can't believe they... And then, of course, my dad is right behind the Florida flag because he was the pipe major. So there's my dad, and that's me, and this is Wally. He was the guy that had the big staff thing. So, yeah, Ancestry actually sent me an email the other day. They updated my DNA results again. I don't know why. Oh, there is a date. There's a date on the photo card. So January 1st, 1998 to November 21st, 1999. So the picture of me in the red shirt is on here, and then the parade stuff is on here. So I was 18 and 19 in these pictures. Just to tell you how old I was. So this is from 98 or 99. It says 12 of 99 up here, but this doesn't have a date on it. So there's 18, 19-year-old me. Still white. Actually, I think I was whiter in this picture. That's crazy. I didn't know these were in here. My dad's father died before I was born, yes. I know my dad said something about there was a picture of his mom in here because he brought it to me to show it to me. And I didn't see the picture. There's other stuff in here, so. Fuzz or something in the bag. Oh, my dad used to wear this stuff to church. His cufflinks and tie pin and tie tack, stuff like that. Fancy stuff. I thought I shut my finger in it. What's in here? I loved this tie pin. When I was a kid, there's actually a real diamond in the center of it. And then there's a itty bitty picture of my dad from Martin Marietta. What's in here? What the hell is the point of this? There's nothing in here. Why did she give him this? My mom is nuts. Hey, stop fighting! Kids. Anyways, this was a blast from the past. Just got pictures all over my lap. And I got one like this too. Actually, I got two like this. And these were the things that Mom used to put her medical documents in to take them back to the doctor's office once they were transcribed. So she would go and pick up the little micro cassette tapes and then bring them home and we'd transcribe them. And then she would print the reports so that all she had to do was they would go in and they would take the reports from in here and file them in people's medical folders. I don't know why he would have taken the picture of his mom out of there, though. I don't know what he did with it. I hope he didn't lose it. Dad has a bad habit of that. He always moves stuff, and then he bitches he can't find nothing. And I'm like, but you moved it, not me. I knew where it was before you moved it. But yeah, people are like, you never played bagpipes? You want to bet? Do I need to get a kilt out of the closet? My mom's mom, yes. My dad's mom was gone before he was a year old. Because the second time she sold him, he was a year. My dad's father died right before my brother was born. So he died in 1977. My brother was born in May, and my grandfather died 2 months before that. So No, I never met my dad's parents. My mom's parents, her mom died when I was 5, and her father died when I was 11. So, and I still have his like obituary thing in my Bible. And then I have her brother's obituary thing in my Bible as well, because he died in 1988. So I was 8 when my mom's mother's brother died, and I was 5 when she died, and I was 11 when her husband died, my mom's dad. So I knew my mom's parents, but I never knew my dad's. And my dad's mom, I've looked for her. I think she's still in Florida. It feels like she's still in Florida. I don't know where she's at. And she's still young enough to be alive, because you figure in 1955, when he was born, she was only 16. Like, she had just turned 16. So you add 16 to that. She was born in either 1938 or 1939. So I think my grandmother would still be alive. Now, granted, he did say that she had problems with drugs and alcohol, because the funny thing is, most Native Americans have addictive personalities. They have problems with drugs and alcohol, and she did. And my dad's kind of like borderline on that. Like, he can't go 2 days without having alcohol. And me, I've never drank. So I'm like completely opposite. I will never, like, I don't ever touch the stuff. So it's funny to see how from generation to generation things change. But with the Native American culture, and I don't know if it has a lot to do with the segregation and how they were ostracized and how they were always put down for being who they were as a people. I don't know if it had something like that to do with the fact that they were more prone to drink. And I know that a lot of people with any type of Native heritage usually has addiction problems, which is sad. And I don't think it's like a race thing. I think it's a culture thing, which is, again, different. A lot of people don't realize that just because you are a certain race, like say your parents were born in India, doesn't mean that you grew up with, like say you were born in India, but you grew up in China. So your culture is Chinese, but your race is Indian. See what I mean? And a lot of people, they get a little confused about that. But my grandmother had, like, her, technically, she was sold to my grandfather. So, for alcohol. That's how my grandfather ended up with her, was because her family sold her for alcohol. So, yes, addiction runs in the family, which is strange because I've never had an addictive personality, and my brother doesn't have one either. So yeah, and it's sad, but back in the day when Native women could not be traded to other tribes for like a beneficial kind of thing, they were sold to white men. And it's sad that happened, but it happened. And it happened as early as the 1900s. So you figure my grandmother was born in 38. It was still going on in the 50s when my grandfather got custody of her. So, but he did the right thing. He made it legal. And then, a year and a half later, my father was born. So he did do right by her by marrying her before anything happened. Now, granted, she was his property until it was made legal, and then she was legally bound to him by marriage. But they did get divorced. I have copies of their divorce records and all that kind of stuff. But where she went after she sold my dad, I don't know. I have never been able to track her down. So, yeah, kind of tragic. And my grandfather wasn't, you figure he was 45 when my dad was born. So that's a big age gap. And he died like a couple years after my dad graduated from high school. So by the time my dad was 22, his dad was dead. from a heart attack. So it's just, my dad's had a rough life. So he tried to always make sure that we had the best. So, and I think that's one reason why he won't kick my brother out, even though he's a disgusting, inconsiderate pig, is because he knows my brother would be worse off if he was kicked out of the house. And I think that's one reason why I'm still here, is because, well, I am beneficial. I mean, I cook and I clean, and I do like the stuff that a wife would do. But still, it's, you know, it's, we're all my dad has left. My cousin Carla, who lives in Georgia, she's my dad's cousin. It's his father's daughter. Well, his brother's. My dad's dad came from 4 siblings. So there was 4 of them. And then they came from 4 siblings. So Friedrich and Wilhelm and Kenneth and Carl were the 4 brothers that came here from Germany. And Wilhelm, which is Wilhelm Friedrich, is the great-grandfather. And then my dad, his father was one of the sons. So there was 4 sons there. 2 of them died. And then there was William Friedrich and then Kenneth Friedrich. And then my dad was born. So it was funny. They went from 4 to 4. And then my Uncle Billy, he had 2 kids. And then my dad's dad had 2 kids. So my dad has a half sister who lives in Tampa, who only calls when she needs money. I haven't seen her since I was a child. I think I was like 8 or 9 last time I saw her. And she was fighting with my dad over a piece of lakefront property that we owned. And she can kiss my ass, because last time she reached out to me, she wanted money. And I told her I remember you like it was yesterday. You can go. So, yeah. Everybody has a past. Everybody has a life. And, you know, nobody's life is perfect. I think that's why I'm so objective about things, is because I know how hard my life has been, and I know how hard my parents' life has been, and I know what their parents went through. Really, Bug? Really? Come back now. I dare you. I just want to show you my tennis racket. It'll be a shocking situation. You're right, Casey, he is. But my dad can also be rough on the inside. There are very insensitive things that he says at times that really cut me to the core. And even now as an adult, they still affect me. And there's some things that my dad says, and it's, all right, motherfucker. Where'd you go this time? I'm about ready to commit murder on camera. Come on, come back. I promise. It'll be short and quick. You won't feel a thing after the first few seconds. This is one of those like bug zapper things. It's got a button over here that you push, and it's electrified. There's like a metal grate on it. I can put my hand on it and hit the button, and it won't hit me. But on the inside of it is electrified. So, well, and my dad works very hard. You know, he's 65 and he still works full time. And he was only going to work for 2 more years. And his boss wants him to work until he's 70. And my dad might still work until he's 70, but my dad's a workhorse. He's been working since he was a kid. His father was a builder. So when my dad was 5, 6, and 7 years old, he was on job sites running stuff for people. He was, you know, carrying nails and screws and helping carry boards and running hammers up ladders. And So it's one of those things. My dad's always worked, and then I started working at like 14. So it's kind of like one of those you work for what you want kind of thing. I'm not the kind of person who, I hate taking handouts and I hate asking for help. I absolutely hate asking for help. If I can't do it myself, I will break down and ask for help. But if I can possibly do it myself, I will find a way to do it myself. So it's, and a lot of people, I guess, didn't grow up with the same upbringing that I did. They weren't taught the value of a penny and how much a penny really means and how it feels to earn that penny, and the fact that you earned that penny and it's yours because you worked for that money. These people that are out there just doing, where is it? My hand is empty. I've got it. I'm waiting. I don't ever want to be like that. And I see these like really big influencers with these gorgeous houses and stuff, and they're always begging their fans, well, buy from my link and use this and use that and da da da. Would it be nice to have their kind of money? Oh, buddy, it would be. Am I going to ask people to send me money or to buy me things? That's why I don't promote a lot of the things in my description box. I don't ask people to buy me things. Would I like things? Oh, yes, I would. But am I going to go out of my way to beg people? Well, check out my Amazon link. It's in the description box. And I have a PayPal link down there. And please sign up for my Patreon. And don't forget to hit the like and subscribe and comment. It helps with my YouTube algorithm. And what it does is it helps me earn more money on my videos. I hate doing that. I hate it. It drives me nuts. And like pushing affiliate codes. Well, use my code and I'm going to earn commission off of it. That's why my Nomad code doesn't earn me nothing. Not a cent do I earn from Nomad. Nothing. I have one semi-affiliate link, and it's not even technically an affiliate link. It's oh, Angel said she was asleep. Hang on. I'll get back on my soapbox here in a minute. I have an affiliate link that is like if like say 10 people use my discount code on that person's website, I could earn free PR. That's what that does. And that's it. That's the only type of like money earning type thing that I have that is in my description box. And that's it. I don't earn technically money. I would earn like product. And nobody has used my code so far, so I haven't earned anything. The affiliated links that I do use, like magic links and stuff like that, I leave that at the top of the description box, that those are affiliate links, and that if somebody does make a purchase through there, I could earn some money. Now, granted, in the 3 or 4 years that I've used magic links, I've earned less than $20 on the website. And I know some people that earn like $200 a day using magic links. So, I'm not one of those like push kind of people. I've never been that way. And it drives me insane when I see people do that. See, if it was me, I would buy like 20 acres at least, and I would need help, but I would build a like tiny like house, and I would build a barn, multiple stall barn for horses, and I would build like my own like dedicated like jewelry workshop, and I would want to do like water catchment and greenhouse growing and solar energy, and then I would want to do like part of the property is like used for me and horses, and I would like to board horses because that would be a form of income. But I would also like to do like pagan festivals on the property, have like a special dedicated part of my property that would be dedicated so that people could come in and do like various rituals and circles and events throughout the year on the property. And then I would love to be able to do something like that. And then I would love to be able to grow enough food to feed me on my property, but also do like a fruit stand thing kind of thing at the end of the road where, I would, whatever leftover produce I had that day, I would stick out there, and then people could just come by, and if they wanted to leave money, they could. And if they didn't, then they can just take what they needed and go. That's what I want to do. That if I had the money to do it, I would. And that for me would be, really? Now you come back? Now that I done put it down? Bug. Oh, I don't even know where the hell I put your book. Is it still behind me? No, I think I put it. No, your book is back in my room. No, and I have another book that I reviewed for somebody that is a friend that is actually a classmate, somebody I went to college with. He asked me to review his book, and it was very English isn't his first language. He's from Africa, so he had me review a few things, and some wording is a little wrong, but he wanted to be authentic to himself, so that's why he left that stuff in. He didn't edit that stuff out when I read it. And then, of course, he sent me, really, motherfucker? That fly's annoying me. So, like, he never paid me to review his book either, and I wouldn't take money for anything like that. I wouldn't. No, I'm so frugal. Like, I use the toothpaste all the way down until I can't squeeze nothing out of it anymore. Like, I'm the one that takes hand lotion and taps it and taps it and taps it and taps it and then cuts it open and tries to get more out of it. So, but again, that was because of how I was raised. It's how my parents grew up. You don't just, eat half a sandwich and then throw the rest of it away if you're not hungry anymore or you get bored with it. You eat the whole fucking sandwich. Or, well, now we just kind of cover it up. I have an example. Might as well get it out anyways. Okay. So the other day I made bread and my dad cut extra slices for me and I made a sandwich out of it yesterday. And you see how big this is. See how much of it I ate? I ate 3/4 of the sandwich, but I was full because the one slice of bread is like super thick. So I ate as much as I could, and then I saran wrapped it and put it in the fridge so I could eat it later. That's how I was raised. You don't go wasting something. If you have literally a swallow left of milk and it's sitting in the fridge, like some assholes in this house use food and then they leave like a swallow left or a spoonful left, we will use that last little bit of it and then, recycle it or throw it out or whatever needs to happen. I was raised that way. I was raised to use every little bit. I was raised to get the most out of what you get. Not squander that last little bit. Could I have thrown this in the rat cage and let the rats eat it? Yes. Could I have given it to the dog? Yes. Why? When I could just eat this today, which I probably will here in just a minute when it's not quite so cool. It's just how I was raised. It's ingrained in me to do that. And then there's the younger generation that's coming up that it's like they throw money out the window. Like, oh, look, it flies. They don't care. They don't care how much money they spend. They don't care how much money they waste. They ask for things that are astronomically expensive. That's why when I've said I don't care about labels, I don't care about labels. Like when people wear like these fancy clothes or whatever that have like specific brand names on them, like I got this at like a Goodwill or something. I don't know the brand of it. I don't know where it came from. It's a wallet. It works. I don't give a shit who made it. But there are some people who will be like, well, that's a Gucci wallet and it costs like $250 and the lining is this and that's like faux leather on the outside and the zipper was made in this country. I don't give a fuck about that. I don't give a fuck about that. It's a cheap wallet. It holds my money. It holds my IDs and stuff. I don't care any of the fancy stuff. Does it hold my ID and my bank card? Can I put like loose change and stuff in it? Which is, I keep my medical cards in here just in case. Hello? Oh, that's a packet of hand sanitizer. I keep my medical cards in here because if I don't, and I get in an accident, somebody gives me the wrong blood type, they'll kill me. I keep my little witchy card in here that tells people who I am, also known as, and then I've got some change and the, random stuff in here. But a lot of it is like beneficial, like stuff. Like if I get in an accident, and they need to know who the hell I am and how they can help me and what I'm allergic to, I keep that stuff here. It's also on my phone, but if something happens and my phone gets broken, I have a hard copy of it in here. But like, I don't understand. I don't understand spending hundreds of dollars on something that you're just going to throw a couple bucks in your IDs, and I don't care about any of that stuff. I really don't. I don't. It's just me. Call me frugal. I don't care. Call me a penny pincher. I don't care. I try and make the best use out of everything that I have. Like Casey, that reminds me, you left a comment on my Project Pan about why would I get rude comments on something. I had people, even within the first 10 minutes that Project Pan update video was up on my channel, I had a thumbs down on it because people are mad I do not pan my makeup. Why would I go out of my way to use up something that I either can't replace or don't want to replace, or just to use it up? Why? Why not use it until it completely runs out with normal use, not like doubling up on how you use it just to get the accomplishment of finishing something up? That's where I come from with that. Yeah, Angel, yeah, I saw I knew somebody had made that comment. But like, it irritates me when people do that why not use it as you normally would, and then use it. You might not use it up as quick, but at least you're using it and you're not like forcing yourself to use it. And I don't remember what product it was. Casey, you said something about, why are you still here? I don't even like you. You made a comment like that. I guess I had said that in the video. I don't even know what I was talking about, to be honest. I don't know what product it was, but I thought that was funny that was what you wrote in your comment. I did see it. I just didn't reply to it yet. I've been busy, but like I find it odd that people want to like intentionally overuse products to run through them faster, because that's not me. Like I have 10 different nail polishes on right now just so I can figure out which ones are so old that I need to throw out. And this is twice now I've done this recently. So tomorrow I'll probably, it's already starting to wear off pretty good. It's only been on for 2 days. And I have a hole in the center of this nail. And I have a hole in the center of this nail. Oh, now you focus when I go to take my finger away, you dumb camera. Oh, now you don't want to freaking focus on it at all. Oh, there you go. You can see there's a hole in the center of this one and a hole in the center of this one. So it's ready to take it off. But it is what it is. I'm also the weirdo that eats the crumbs out of the chip bag. And when I say the crumbs, I mean the crumbs. There's like a little bit left in here. I told you it was thick. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten anything and I've been up since like 6 o'clock. So, I don't care if you think it's rude that I'm eating on stream. I'm sure I'll get a comment about that. Ew, this isn't a mukbang. Well, fuck you. I was hungry. And occasionally I'll get one of those rude ass comments that's like, I thought you were anorexic. Why are you eating on a live stream? What? Sometimes people make me wonder. Like, really wonder. Like, wonder what the hell is wrong with them. So, but yeah, I told you this was a thick sandwich. It's got like 2 slices of meat, 2 slices of cheese, but the bread, Dad, when he cut it, would cut it really thick. Mm. I haven't got it down the front of my dress. Oh well. Snack for later. I do have a bread video coming up that I recorded for like Christmas stuff where I use the bread machine to do like half the work. This bread I also use the bread machine for because again I haven't used it in years. But I modified the recipe. So I put all the main ingredients in, and then I did 2 tablespoons of minced garlic. I did 2 teaspoons of pepper. I did 3 tablespoons of Parmesan cheese. And then I let the bread machine do the work. So that's what this is. So if you look, there's like little black speckles. Oh, man. I want to decorate my keyboard with my bread. If you look, there's like little black speckles in the bread. Like right here, you can see a black speckle. That's what that is. I did, and I modify my bread recipes depending on what my mood is. I made spaghetti the day I made this. So it's a garlic pepper Parmesan recipe is what I call it. I also do one that's cheddar and basil. Oh, that's really good. No, Nadine. I use me. Yep. I have a big bowl and me that mixes the bread. That'd be me. I'm the bread mixer. Jason, am I making you hungry? I told you you're going to have to go on a diet before you finally come to Florida because you're going to be really fat when you leave. You can't come to my house and not expect me to feed you. Just ask Nadine how I cook. I don't know how to cook for small people. I know how to cook for an army. Really? That's in the front of my dress. No, Jason, you need to be more svelte when you get here so I can have an excuse as to why you're fat when you leave. But yeah, what was it? Father's Day, Nadine? I did fresh bread, smashed taters, baked chicken. What did we do? Asparagus or was it green beans? I can't remember what I made that day. And then, of course, I did dessert. So, and then I've sent you home with other stuff too. I've sent you home with spaghetti, and I've sent you home with soup, I think. Didn't I send you home with soup once? I've sent you home with so much food, it's not even funny. So, and if anybody ever says anything derogatory about my cooking, they're definitely lying. Because there isn't anything that I've ever made that I wouldn't eat. And I'm a picky eater when it comes to a lot of food. Because there's certain things I can't eat. Was it asparagus? Okay, I knew it was either that or green beans. I think it was because they look like green beans. Because it was cut. It was cut asparagus. I love asparagus. I could eat my body weight in asparagus. Asparagus and black olives and cranberry, like jellied cranberry sauce. Oh, and mashed potatoes. Oh, yeah. I might have to go cook here in a minute. All right, who started it? My fridge is always stocked. We have 2 refrigerators and they're always stocked. I'm not using my pet rock to make soup. I wouldn't be able to choose between which was the favorite to put in the soup anyways. You know, I can't do that to George and Henry. And John and Fred. I can make some cabbage soup that'll knock your socks off, though. You'd be surprised what I can do with a head of cabbage. Rolled right over the edge of my hand on the floor. Or I will get it. I told y'all I was hungry like an hour ago. I wasn't lying. I don't kid about food, man. That's why Dad says I'm a cheap date. You can take me out and feed me and I'm happy. Or you can just stay in and feed me and I'm happy. Or you can bring me food and I'm happy. As long as there's food involved, I'm happy. Well, I probably ought to get off of here. Been on here almost 4 hours. 4 hours. Yeah, I have a bad habit of making people hungry, Casey. But then again, I can yammer on about food for a while. Casey, did you make that feta cheese log? I think I just took the recipes in the kitchen yesterday. I know you said you were going to get the ingredients. I think the cheese log, not only was it the tartness of the actual cheese that I got as a substitution, but I think the sage I used was a little old. Or no, what was it? It was the ginger. The ginger was older. I think it was either the sage or the ginger that made it have more of a kick. I think I would probably use less ginger and more honey in order to cut how sharp it ends up tasting. Yeah, I saw the pictures of the loaves, Nadine, that you posted. And I still have a cheese log. I still have one left from when I made that back in December. It's in the freezer. Or I think Dad just moved it out of the freezer. Because it's in the... Yeah, I think it's in the fridge now. But that cheese log will last for like ages. The other thing I think I would do is chop the nuts smaller because I left my nuts kind of chunky. I think I would chop them smaller next time. I love goat cheese. I think I have 2 things of feta cheese in the fridge right now. One's almost empty though. But I love goat cheese. I'd love to learn how to make some of that stuff. Like, I know how they make cheddar cheese and cottage cheese, but I would like to learn how they make feta cheese. I'm sure it's a similar process, but like, there was a documentary I watched years back where they had gone to a monastery, and the monks walked them through the process of how they made the cheddar cheese rolls and how long they had to last to like age to certain like textures and flavors, and how some of the rolls were like smoked, what they used to smoke them, how long they put them in the room to smoke, that kind of thing. It was really neat. But I was at least 20 years ago. It was something I saw on TV. It was before, internet. So, when I was a kid, we took a trip to one of the forts here in Florida. Yeah, bug. They had different stations you could learn different things at. We were there for a weekend. I'm glad you liked it, Casey. It is a good combination with the flavors. So my dad went with me. It was a school thing. And we went to one of the local forts here in Florida, and we stayed. It was Friday, Saturday, Sunday event. And at one station, you learn how to take cotton from the plant and then run it by hand through the paddles, and then put it on a spinning machine, and you learn how to make your own thread. And then you take it from there to the weaving loom to weave, to make cloth. And then you take that to the old machine with the foot pedal operated sewing machines to make clothing. That was like one station. And then there was another one that we went to that did you milk the cow. And then you went to the next station. They taught us the difference between regular, like buttermilk, like how to make butter, and what the butter, how much, like we, poured off the buttermilk, and we used the buttermilk for something else. We made handmade butter. We did, butter like in an actual churn. We learned how to make cheese using certain like acids and stuff like that, where you have to get it to like curdle, and then you pour in other things, and then you combine it together to get it to like stick together with the milk fats. So I learned how to do that at that station. And of course, then you get to the point where you like, we ended up making bread, and then we used the butter on the bread in order to cook it. And then we used the cheese that we had made that day, that weekend, to like make like a like grilled cheese kind of sandwich. And then there was another station where it talked about how to harvest wax from honeycombs and beeswax and whatnot, how to melt it down, how we made candles from scratch. Even the twine that we made from the spinning wheel, we used the same like leftover twine to go to the candle station. So we learned literally from scratch how to cut the paraffin off, the beeswax off the combs in order to do beeswax candles. We also made paraffin candles, and we learned the differences between the two, why one burns different than the other, why one gives off, honey fragrance kind of thing. That was another station. We did one station where it talked about logging, where you learned how to cut a tree down, what angles to cut at, why you cut certain trees at certain angles, why some trees have to be cut specific ways, and you make notches out of them in order to like get them to go down. And then the whole logging process where you chip the bark off the outside, and then you run it through a mill, and you mill it to cut it into boards. And then we went to another thing where we learned how to like make tables and chairs. So you literally learned from point A to point Z how to take a raw material and turn it into something. So it was a really neat like program that they had when I was a kid, and I learned how to do all that kind of stuff. But we didn't learn how to use like goat's milk to make feta cheese. Oh, it was amazing, Nadine. It was so much fun. I learned so much stuff. And there was things my dad didn't even know going. It was like, I'm going to have to look it up. It was like Fort Wadsworth, Fort Wentworth, Fort. It was Fort Walker because it's in Gainesville. Has to be. Unless it. I'm looking because I knew we weren't too far from home. And it started with a W. Hang on, I'm looking. Yeah, it has to be Fort Walker. All right, let me look. I would know by the way it looks on the outside because I remember what it looks like. Whoop. Typed in Fort Walker, Florida, and ended up looking at inmate photos. I'm not recognizing any of them. It had like wooden walls, but they were like big pine trees and stuff. They were like pointed at the top. I'm trying to see if I can find a picture of something that looks like it. I could have swore it started with a W though. Now I'm looking at St. Augustine. Been there 1,001 times. This is looking right. Well, that doesn't help. It's a picture. It says Seminole Wars Fort. And I knew it was where the Seminoles had attacked another tribe. And they built the fort to protect the tribe from that area. That's the right picture, though. But when I click it, it takes me to a Wikipedia page, and that's not what I want. Well, poo. See if this helps. Again, there's freaking St. Augustine. Well, that was no flippin' help. Well, anyways, I give up. I'll have to ask Dad to see if he remembers. I knew it wasn't too far from where I live. It was only a couple-hour drive. Yes, they were pointed at the top. Yes, it was the walls around the fort, and they had these huge gates, and they had this big metal bar that they put, and then they had a wooden beam that they put over it as well. So it was like double protected. But like the logs that they used for the walls were like this big around, and they were like big long pine tree looking things they were all pointed at the top. And then each of the buildings inside the fort were all log buildings, like Tinker Toy logs, where you build up from there. It was really neat. And we stayed in the buildings. Like the old schoolhouse was there and the old jail and stuff like that. So as the kids from the school got to stay in the actual buildings. And then they had outside the fort walls, they had like teepees and stuff set up out there. So some of the older kids got to sleep in the actual teepees outside the fort walls. And then the younger kids, which is where I was, got to sleep in the old schoolroom. So they had like moved all the again, ADHD. They moved all like the desks and stuff away from like the floor because it was still used as a school. And of course, people did like walking tours and stuff, but they moved all the desks and chairs and stuff away. And then we all slept in the middle of the floor that night. And it was a really neat experience. I mean, I've learned so much things in life that I don't take anything for granted. And that was something Felicia said yesterday. Yesterday in a comment on my first impressions video of the Shanghai palette, she left a comment and I replied back. And I sent it to her on Instagram because I know sometimes YouTube doesn't tell people when you comment back. So I wanted to make sure she read what I wrote back. Let me get to the comment and I'll read it. Yeah, exactly, Nadine. Plus, they were pointed at the top to keep people from climbing them. They used it to skewer people at the top. So I was talking to Felicia on Instagram. I waited until after the premiere was over to let her know the video was up. And then she says, well, I've got some time. She was doing like, she was doing this kind of stuff where she takes the palettes and she, writes out the cards and she wraps them with this stuff. And I keep that stuff too because I'm weird. But she made a comment and said, thank you so much, Rebecca. I adore the cards on the wall. Thank you for keeping them. Wow, you went in with that black and I love it. I didn't realize that was the base. And of course, she talked about the favorite look and the, the swatches and whatnot. And she said she appreciated it. What people don't realize about me is it's the little things in life I don't take for granted. For example, this little guy. My dad dug him up in the front yard, and it's just a little Lego man. Just a little Lego guy. Dad found him in the yard. I don't know who he belonged to. It was probably the kids, that lived here before that, actually one of them lives in the house behind me now. But I still have him. He's garbage, kind of, technically. I guess it goes to show you how long freaking Legos last because the kids that had these grew up in this house in the 80s. But it's like the little things in life are what I appreciate. Like the little cards that Felicia sends with her palettes. I put those on the bathroom door not just to detract from my phone or my camera focusing on the door because it still looks at the door most of the time anyways and I cuss at it. But the time that goes into creating those cards, it's the little things that she does between the tissue paper around the palettes and the label that she sticks on it to keep it in place. Could she use regular tape? Yeah, she could. But she goes out of her way to order these stickers and have them made and design them to put on her wrapping paper. And then, the design on the palette packaging is different usually from the palette itself. But the cards that she has are like photos that they took while they were at that location. It's the little things in life that I appreciate. It's the small details that most people miss that I usually pick up on. And those mean the most to me than anything else. Even if somebody is like, do you remember back in, was it the 90s or 2000s? They had all those books that say, don't sweat the small stuff because it's all small stuff. That's what I mean. I pay attention to the little minute details because those little details mean more to me than the big grandiose things. And I think for some, they always look for the big things, and they want this big promotion and the big house and the big yard and the big paycheck, big bank account, that kind of thing. I look at, I don't own a house. I don't own a vehicle. I have a very small checking account. Like it's always under $100. Most of the time it's always, it's under $25. But that's $25 that I didn't have. And when I find a penny on the ground, oh buddy, am I excited to find it, because that's a penny I didn't have. Now, some people, they walk past money all the time, and if it's not a quarter, they're not going to stop and pick it up. And sometimes they don't even stop and pick up quarters. But to me, a quarter is a lot of money. And so I always appreciate the small things in life, even if it's just a kind word, a small gesture, a thank you, or a random message sometimes that say, I appreciate you. Those mean the most to me than anything else. And I know a lot of people take that kind of stuff for granted. And when Felicia said that it meant a lot to her that I keep those cards, well, why wouldn't I? She took the time out of her day to create them, to think about creating them, to put story behind it, to write out why she did things the way she did. She took the time to do all of these little details. Why wouldn't I appreciate them? And I mean, people are just going to look at this as just an eyeshadow palette. But do you know what I noticed when I looked at the back, even though there's like no ingredients on it? I noticed this little symbol here. This one, right here. That yin yang symbol means taking the good with the bad, the light with the dark, you know. And that's how I am. I'm usually 50-50 on things anyways. But it's like little things like this that I catch. Or the fact that instead of doing a palette that flips up, she did this. And she didn't just do this, she did this with mirrors on either side. She could have just left like a picture on the one side and done the one with side with the mirrors. No, she did two individual mirrors. So if I'm using the palette on this side, I can use the mirror on this side. And if I need to, I can flip the palette around to use this side and I use the mirror on this side. I think it's genius. I think it's amazing. I also look at the fact that she has the old with the new. Like in the Bund area of China, it's a very tourist popular area in China, in Shanghai. And they have one like section that has all of the old historic, beautifully done Oriental buildings. And then you have all these like modern new age, space age glass and silver and metallic buildings right next to them. So the fact that she did this to match the actual location in Shanghai, that means something to me. And the fact that I have a friend that used to go there all the time before this stupid pandemic hit, you know, I know somebody that's been there. Personally, I know somebody that's been there, and I think that's amazing. And so I always look at the tiny details, like the little, like the fireworks symbol here, or the dragon, or like the dragon detailing here and the dragon detailing here. A lot of people aren't going to pay attention to that. I do. Again, I'm weird. So, you know, but I don't know. It's like, and she even, instead of just doing something like this on the side, she even carries the symbols. If you open it up where the bind is on it, the pattern carries over. Same with this side. And the Iceland palette, the front, you can feel like the texture on it. And then also on the top where the waves are on the very top of the palette up here where the mirror folds up, you can feel it and the textures are all there. And it's like, again, it's the small things that I appreciate. It's the little things in life that I appreciate. Thanks, Casey. No, it's okay. I need to go too. I've been live streaming for 4 hours. So, anyways, I got off of many diatribes. The rant was like 2 hours ago. And, you know, the funny thing is I didn't realize that she made this palette for a relative because the little girl is, you know, part Chinese and I think she's Scottish or Irish. And she's like, well, now we need a palette for the other half of her. So she did this palette for a relative. So it, again, and it's the little things like that again mean so much. The fact that she pulled her family and was like, well, what do you want to see us do next? And the little girl was like, well, I want something for me. I want something that's part of me. And her parents are from 2 different countries, 2 different cultures, 2 different parts of the entire planet, to be honest. But it's like, it's always the little things. I never take anything for granted, or at least I try not to. There are some things I've taken for granted, and then now that it's like, oh, that really didn't help. The white balance is off because it's really bright outside, because the sun's coming through. But it's, I don't know. I guess it's one of those things, how I was raised, the ethics and morals that I have. Again, it's just the little things. So I try and always remember that in everything that I do. Because sometimes, like I said at the beginning of the stream, sometimes it's just one thing. That one last thing to pile on somebody and then they're overboard. But sometimes there's that one small thing that makes everything better. A fucking bug on my coffee cup. I swear to God, these flies, man. There was 1 and now there's 2. So, I'm going to go. I'm going to finish the last couple bites in my sandwich. Literally, I got a couple bites left. Probably ought to go let my coffee out too. Pay run on that. It's been 4 hours. So, anyways, hopefully you guys liked the rant and the live stream. And if you're still here, I appreciate it. I still need to do like my wrap up thoughts on the Orient Express or the Orient Express. Oi. The Shanghai palette. I told Felicia, I said this palette is kind of like bumped the Orient Express palette out of my like favorite spot. I will get to these. I will try and do first impressions, two looks kind of things with these. And then I might just use these palettes together because I have similar color stories in each of them. So I might just do that now that I've got the other one in. Yeah. Again, I've been up for almost 12 hours. I'm tired. This was the first time I'd eat anything all day. So, and I get wore out doing just about anything anymore. Anyways, I will see you guys later. Thank you for being here with me this long. Thank you for watching. Thank you for commenting. I appreciate it, all of it. If you ever have any questions, just feel free to ask. Unless you don't want the answer, and then just don't. But, I mean, if you don't want the truth, don't ask. Because I will give it to you straight. And I don't sugarcoat nothing. So, ask at your own risk. But I will answer. And maybe soon, probably next week or the week after, I'll do the reading nose comments video. That'll be entertaining. Now, when my big hard drive crashed, I had like a folder with like 200 comments in there. I had tons of screenshots on there. So I did lose a lot of them, but I went I was able to save off a few of them. So it shouldn't be a 4-hour live stream then. So anyways, I'm going to let you guys go. Thank you for being here. I will see you later. Bye.